listen, this is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They want to keep it a mess, you know? This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat with the rest. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics. Speak of the loss, I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Father is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. We can't fit in your box. We too cold to get low. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. in the flesh, I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt, they wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat with the rest. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. You're too cold, you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go.
يتواجدون حاليا معنا وين بالأوبن اريا.
يا الله،
واحدة والثانية من فريق من بعد كبير يا جوتيكم عنها الكلام كله بالكون. العنوان يا ساتان انت ولا نصر سبورتس. الصار شنو الاول الثاني جي بي اس هي خلاص.
Hello everyone and welcome. It is time for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East Africa Championship, and it is going to be an absolutely exciting run. Of course, my name is GEEKAY. I'm joined by Esports, and we are going to be taking you through all the action, chaos and mayhem that is going to be erupting out on the battlefield. It is time to see the best teams from the Africa and the Arabia region now meet in a major clash to decide who's going to be the champions of the MEA region. Of course, well, it's going to be a very, very exciting few days that we have lined up. And Ez, I cannot wait to get into the action. How you doing?
I am so excited to be back. I mean, we've seen the insanity that these teams have been bringing from the PMPL Africa season to the PMPL Arabia season. These teams have definitely stepped it up to a whole different level, and now it is about time that they go head-to-head.
Oh, there's going to be so much to happen. But of course, now speaking about all the excitement that we have coming through, of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking, right? So be sure to hit us up on social media. Give us your predictions, right? Tell me, which team do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out? Who's going to be the team to take that pole position? Be sure to let us know, and of course hit in that be sure to include also rather than that hashtag, which is going to be PMPL MEA Champ, right? So include that in your message. We'd love to see what your predictions are. I don't know if we are going to be popping in predictions at this point just yet. I mean, I've received a few messages as to, you know, who could potentially be taking it, but again, you know, these are just predictions, and I think for my side, it might be a little bit early to try and figure that out. So what about yourself?
Yeah, look, we've said this before. Sometimes we just need to wait for a couple of the maps to happen. You know, just let proceedings go through, and then we'll pop through those predictions. But if Maxman was here, he'd be shouting at you, "Don't do predictions now. At least wait until, what was it, map 3 or map 4 before we even think about predictions."
Yeah, I mean, you know, we got to follow the flow, right? Things work in a specific way. And of course, then, speaking about how things work, right? I think it is time for us to take a look and see what the format is like, right? Just to remind our viewers why we are here and what these teams are going to be working their way through. As we know, the championship is going to be a glorious 4 days, so there's going to be a lot to come up here. So, you know, we will be taking a look at that momentarily. But of course, as we know, we got 16 teams that will be participating in 24 matches in total. Those are 6 matches a day over the next 4 days. And these points, as we know, they add up to see who's going to be the team crowned as the victor, right? The one to move forward, and the extra little bit of spice coming through in this one is there's also that invitation into the PMWI.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this is a stepping stone for these teams to get themselves into the bigger and better competition, to get themselves into an opportunity where they can really showcase their talents on a much larger stage. But this is where it starts. PMPL Africa versus PMPL Arabia. Who's going to come out on top? Of course, 6 teams from Arabia, the 10 teams from, 10 teams from Arabia and the 6 teams from Africa going head to head. It is going to be an incredibly interesting matchup as we go through today.
It's going to be exciting. And of course, now let's take a look at how these teams are going to be securing those points. It is going to be the 2023 point system, with that pole position being worth 10 points. It trickles all the way down to that 9th to 16th position, then getting a bubble, but they can still make up for that with eliminations, which is worth 1 point each. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities. And as we've seen coming through from the finals from either of these regions, I mean, these teams mean business, right? They are already prepped. They want to step out onto that battlefield, show us what they can bring on through. And actually, to be honest, I cannot wait to see what these teams are going to be doing, because we've had so many heavy-hitting performances coming through on either side, right? On the Africa side, we had 2 teams picking up 10 winner-winner chicken dinners within that league stage. You know, moving forward in the finals, they each secured 4 winner-winner chicken dinners. And then if we look over on the Arabia side, again, we had another team the Brute Force team, or as I call them, the Broody Fruities, coming through with 10 winner chicken dinners as well. But they secured themselves then 3 chicken dinners when it came to those finals. So there's a lot of excitement to look at as these teams are going to be stepping out onto that battlefield. And there's going to be a lot of carnage, I expect, coming through right from the very first match.
I mean, there has to be. We've already seen these teams changing things up, and we can take a look at the prize pool just to remind ourselves of what exactly they are playing for. Other than that PMWI slot, of course, it is that extra ka-ching that they get at the end of the day for all of their hard work and efforts, pulling them through into this week. And of course, DK, I mean, a total prize pool of $150,000 that's going to be spread between our teams.
I mean, this is a good day, right? The good day at the office. I mean, 40K going to pole position. Wow. But it's not an easily earned spot to play for. It is going to be a pretty tough one. But at least we can see, right? Moving all the way down to that 13th to 16th place, still being worth a decent chunk of change. And of course, MVP also being worth quite a bit here. So, I mean, this is spice. This is spice. I mean, aside from, the PMWI slots that these teams are going to be playing for, it's also going to be to get an insane share of this amazing prize pool.
Absolutely. So we need to see these teams absolutely take it to the next level. They need to bring a performance that is going to shock us even more. I mean, we've already been shocked enough with PMPL Africa, PMPL Arabia, the way in which these teams have been adapting and increasing their efforts and becoming more aggressive with the point change, with the map rotations we keep throwing at them. It all just seems like they're taking it in their stride. Like nothing can phase them. Now we need to take it one step higher.
Yeah, we need to, right? That is just the way it is. I mean, that's the kind of the tier progression that we are moving through. And of course, there's going to be quite a bit of excitement to come through beyond this event, as we've already mentioned. But of course, now speaking about the event itself, we need to take a look at those participating teams, right? We'll notice that there's one name that we don't necessarily see here, but for those of you in the know, it is of course the players then from Titan Gaming, right? So they've come in under a different name as.
Yeah, a little bit of an update to the logo, update to the t-shirt, but hey, they are still going to be playing, of course, under the banner of Arab Golden Galaxy. So for those players and viewers that are very big fans of Titans, don't worry, they are here. It's just the new team. So when we refer to Arab Golden Galaxy, don't be too confused, please. But the rest of the teams, of course, just a solid performance that we've seen so far. I mean, you mentioned a few like Brute Force with their incredible performance that we saw, and of course Triple Esports from the Africa side, 14 winner chicken dinners total, which is ridiculous. Now with the addition of Koa, that's going to be a whole different ball game that we can take a look at. Arab Golden Galaxy, something to point out for them, and forever to this day, I do not think we will have another team replicate this, but they actually managed to pick up 79 bonus points. That is how consistent they were in PMPL Africa, that they picked up 79 out of 80 bonus points.
I mean, it was just that first week, right? Only that first week in which they got 19 instead of 20. But, it is the craziest performance that we've seen coming through from this region. So I want to see how all that is going to translate moving into the battlefield, right? Because, I mean, we can speculate all we want. We can speculate all the way up until the game's finish for today. But these teams will have to step up and they have to show us what they are made of and, what the kind of mentality is moving into this championship, because at the end of the day, that is what it is, right? This is a championship, right? They've worked their butts off to get here, and the journey is not complete. They still have a few more steps to work through to try and reach that ultimate point, at least for the season, because the next season is also not that far away.
Absolutely. I mean, we can sit here for hours talking about it, but let's delve into the teams a little bit deeper. So we mentioned Arab Golden Galaxy, the 79 points out of 80 is just, it's disgusting. But now that is a point for consistency. And as we're going into this week, we take away the league stages, we take away all of those phases, we condense it down to 4 days of play. 4 days of opportunities that they have, and that's it. Then we crown that PMWI championship. We crown that slot. We give that slot away, and that's going to be it. So it's great to be consistent, but you also have to hit the ground running. You can't really be slacking on day 1 and 2. It's not like you can come back after day number 2 and suddenly just catch up, because we know these teams are momentum based. We know that they can roll into a couple hundred points and make it look like it's nothing. So if you fall behind early on, it is not going to be easy to catch up.
It's going to be tough, right? You have to, pull your socks up. even before you step in the door, because I think this is going to be a sweat fest, right? That is it. We've seen those insane plays coming through from Africa. We've seen the exact same kind of pressure coming through from the Arabia side. And now we get to see these 16 teams step up and show us how much table shaking they can bring on through, right? I'm expecting to see tables and chairs flying out of windows, right? Obviously, it won't be happening here because then I've got nowhere to work from. But, you know, it's there. It's there. It's there. But Esnal, this is the point where I want to ask you, because you asked me before, but I didn't get the chance to ask you back, right? What is your top 3 from either region? Which teams do you think are going to be the teams stepping up and performing like absolute goats?
Ooh, okay. Well, I've already mentioned a few, so pardon me if I repeat some of my questions and my answers. But from Africa, definitely going to be Triple Esports and Arab Golden Galaxy. I mean, they were just so consistent. They were such heavy hitters that bringing in that sort of energy coming through into this week, I think is going to be pretty interesting. As for the third team, I'll probably look at either RUKH Esports. Yeah, I'll stick with RUKH Esports for now because of their consistency and because of the total points that they brought through. We know that they can bring in that sort of level of energy, but they need to make it happen in a very short amount of time. And we saw that in the finals. They were one of the teams that placed in the top slots just purely into the finals. So it was a pretty tough one. But DK, I hear we actually might have a bit of an interview coming.
Ooh, I mean, that could be... That could be quite exciting, but yeah, it is going to be a video that is going to be playing. So I think on that one, right, while we still have a little bit of time, let's hop in, right? Let's take a look at that interview, and then we'll be right back.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين. اليوم معنا مقابلة حصرية جدا مع كيمو من فريق تريبل دي اي سبورتس أبطال PMPL أفريقيا لموسم الربيع من عام 2023. كيمو 100 أهلين وسهلين فيك حبيبي، كيف حالك؟ شو أخبارك؟ شعورك بعد ما طلعتوا طبعا أبطال PMPL بأفريقيا؟
حبيبي السلام عليكم ساندرستون. أكيد يعني بعد ما أخذنا الشامبيون في PMPL أفريقيا كانت فرحة كبيرة يعني بعد معاناة تبع سيزون 9، فالحمد لله الحمد لله.
هلا كأبطال أفريقيا لموسم الربيع حابب أخذ رأيك، هل شايف أي فريق منافس لكم في البطولة الجاية في البطولة الإقليمية للشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا وليش؟
البطولة الإقليمية الجاية راح تكون بطولة حلوة لأنه كل تيمات ما شاء الله تنافس، وكل تيمات اللي مشت على هاي البطولة يعني تستاهل، فراح يكون مستوى عالي وإن شاء الله نقدم أحسن ما عندنا.
هلا معظم الناس يا كيمو بتشوفكم كمنافس كبير في البطولة، لكن انت كيف فكرك حيكون ادائكم قدام الفرق العربيه في البطوله الاقليميه؟
ان شاء الله احنا عم نجهز حالنا لهي البطوله، ان شاء الله نقدم احسن اداء يشرفنا، وان شاء الله اداء يشرف حتى بالريجن الافريقي الصاعد ان شاء الله.
هلا كيمو لما نطلع على فريقكم بنشوف انه فريقكم عنده استمراريه قويه جدا من ناحيه النقاط البليسمنت بوينتس، بس ما عم بنشوف في توازن من ناحيه الاقصاءات، فكيف حتجهزوا حالكم وانتم داخلين على البطولة الإقليمية كفريق كامل انه يحاول يوازن هذا عدم التوازن؟
احنا عم نشتغل عن يعني نصحح كل الاخطاء، يعني ما نخلي اي خطأ والا صححناه يعني، وان شاء الله نقدم احسن اداء زي ما قلت لك في البطولة الجاية، وان شاء الله الاخطاء تكون صغيرة لانه بس مدة 4 ايام، فاي خطأ يعني يلعب دور كبير، فان شاء الله نحاول ما نسوي اي خطأ ان شاء الله.
Well, so a very interesting interview coming through there with Gimos, and I'm quite curious to see what Triple Esports are going to be bringing to this battlefield. I mean, based on what we saw there, they seem to be super confident. You know, they kind of got their ducks in order, but it's all going to be revealed once they step out onto the battlefield. And speaking of battlefields, right, is let us not get onto battlefield because I'm still waiting for your answer on that lovely question.
I was hoping I would get out of this, but yeah. So yeah, I've given my PMPL Africa top 3 for PMPL Arabia. Again, I'm going to place a lot of emphasis on the finals because as we talk about it, yes, league stage, it's brutal. I mean, they have to come back week after week after week, but they have time in between some of those days to sort of rehash and to get themselves into a better standing, whereas finals, it is just day in, day out, and that's basically what this week is going to be for them. So with that being said, I mean, the top three for Arabia, for me personally, would be NASR Esports, Quest, and Brute Force for different reasons. Quest, obviously, there's not much that you can really say other than just look at the player list. I mean, they are all absolutely cracked at what they do. RUKH is insane. We've got all of the teams bringing in such an insane firepower when it comes to the individuals, but for Quest Esports, they sometimes do end up beating the rest. Of course, Brute Force, we've said it already, those winner chicken dinners that they brought in were absolutely insane. If they can replicate those numbers coming into these finals, then we might be saying goodbye to everyone else. But NASR, because they were the ones to beat out everyone in the finals, there is something to be placed for them. There is that little bit of emphasis that, well, if they've done it once, can they do it again? So those will probably be the top three. But yeah, I mean, just with the energy that Triple Esports we saw in that interview, you can be confident, you have to be confident, you have to bring in that energy, but everyone is going to be competition at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a competition, right? But of course, speaking about the competition, we need to take a look and see what that map rotation is going to be. And I mean, this is going to be the same across the board for our 4 days here. So we are going to be starting on a bit of that Erangel action. Then we add a little bit of that Miramar and Sanhok spice in there. But unfortunately, as we can see, there's only one Sanhok, right? Just one. So however the teams are going to be looking to crack that one wide open, I mean, they're going to have to be very selective and, you know, quite aggressive, I believe, at the same time.
I'm only 100% upset, but it's okay. It's at least I get some Sanhok. It's the day that they remove Sanhok from this lineup is the day that I will be crying at home. But it's okay. We at least have one today. But yeah, I mean, when you talk about the distribution of maps, right? We've got the one Sanhok, we've got two Miramar, we've got three Erangel, nice and tidy 1, 2, 3. So that does mean, and that does place emphasis on the teams that really do well on Erangel. So I mean, when we've looked at a little bit of the stats, DK, and I know they are in your brain because you are the stats man, but we know from the Africa side, Triple Esports was that team to lead the charge on Erangel. So there's definitely going to be emphasis on their performance today. But from PMPL Arabia, tell me, who was the Erangel Kings?
Well, the definite, you know, Erangel Kings was coming through from the side there of NIGMA Galaxy, right? Because they were absolute beasts when it came to the map of Erangel. But speaking about beasts, though, right? We have to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So much love going out to them. And we are going to be looking to see who will be unleashing their beast out on the battlefield. And I mean, once you see the shout out, right, that means that we are that much closer to getting into the action, to seeing what the first map is going to be bringing. And of course, we were now busy discussing the lovely Erangel. And to get back to that, NIGMA Galaxy, I mean, they secured a grand total of 229 points on the map of Erangel during PMPL Arabia, right? Which is absolutely insane. They were the hardest hitting teams when it came to, with regards rather to eliminations, as well as those placement points. So it is just so exciting to see how they are going to compare against the side of Triple once they meet out on the battlefield. And I mean, this is the kind of discussion that you want to see is going to happen. But of course, speaking about that, right, it is about that time, right? We can now get right down to business to see what our teams are going to be bringing on as we head into our very, very first match. The lovely flight path coming through on that western side, as we can see the lovely Georgia Pool over on towards the left, and it is heading straight down towards Novo. Now, this is a phenomenal start. Not the most ideal flight path, but still a very exciting one to come through for the teams.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's not so badly to the south that we'll have teams who prefer those northern reaches and northern drop sites be completely out of their wits about it. So they still have that opportunity to rotate into their favorite POIs and get themselves set up for the first match of the day. Again, alluding to what I mentioned earlier, you want to start off with your feet hitting the ground and just absolutely running, because as soon as you give any single one of these teams a gap to lead the pack, to go ahead and to get a little bit of that momentum going, it is going to be so incredibly difficult to catch up. So I want to see everyone just pushing through this first map. Yes, there might be a little bit of nerves. You know, it is the championship, so you want to do your best. You don't want to make mistakes, and sometimes that leads to, well, mistakes. So hopefully they're going to be bringing their best performances starting off right here.
Well, there's only going to be one way to find out. And I love the fact that we already can see the players there from Crash, as well as RTG, you know, dropping down onto the lovely Millie Island. NASR now trying to maybe push a little bit further up onto the north. But speaking about the north, we got action. As RUKH does secure the first hit onto the side there of R8 Esports. I mean, I said the teams are going to get into the action, hitting the ground running, and that is exactly what they're doing right here.
Love to see that heading through. And I mean, R8 Esports, you know, that's not a team to scoff at. I mean, they literally came in one of the wildest performance in the finals. I think they ended up in the top 5. They were the 5th team. So for them to already lose a player, definitely good for RUKH to take out some of the competition, give themselves some space to work with. But we'll have to wait and see who else will be the chopping block on here today. Already Arab Golden Galaxy, great to see them back in action, already looking for a little bit of a peek onto NASR Esports. But again, it's going to come down to that backup. We've got a bit of a one-on-one going on, but Arab Golden, NASR, who's going to have their teammates backing them up first?
Ooh, right as I was about to speak, I realized that I'm about to choke. Woo.
Oh,
yeah, not a good point, not a good starting point, but
as long as it's just you choking and not the team's choking, then we'll be fine, DK, right? So you're just taking one for the team, you know, ensuring that the teams don't do that.
Yes. Yeah, it's interesting. A few things that we see that you know, someone said maybe not say hit the ground running. That is exactly what they're going to be doing here, right? This is go time. I mean, with our luck, we get taken down while we're still parachuting into this match. But now it is going to be the side of Arab Golden Galaxy now applying a lot of that pressure straight on towards NASR. And this is not the kind of start that Specs and Co wants, but this is a pretty interesting play because, I mean, we've got Spec, we've got Xenox, we've got J7 holding up here as well. As we know, these are players coming through from other regions, but we want to see the aggression here. I mean, Arab Golden Galaxy, they're like, you know, thank you so much for coming, but, you know, we'll just as well pick you up.
Yeah, just a little bit of a taxi service going on here. But we'll have to wait and see how that is going to continue. Arab Golden Galaxy loving the energy that they're already bringing through. And again, we're going to constantly talk about that back-to-back, right, against Arabia and, of course, Africa as they go head-to-head, because we don't really have stats yet as to how these teams match up against each other. This is going to be that first initial engagement, that first introduction into what we should be expecting into the rest of the week. So with this being the case, Arab Golden Galaxy from Africa, a team that was dominating NASR Esports, the team that won PMPL Arabia.
Yeah.
Now head to head they go, giving us already the good indication of what's going to come.
I mean, what more could we ask for, right? This is the kind of momentum that we want to see. And as we know, the players here from Arab Golden Galaxy, they were performing exceptionally well back in the fall season, right? So there's already a lot of that momentum that is carried across. But now it's going to be the testing opportunity. Now it's down to Xenox playing a serious case of hide and seek, waiting for a bit of that opportunity. As the rush comes through, they do open it up with a beautiful spray coming through from that Uzi. But now the Scar L does drive it home, and that is going to be the end of the road for AXA. But that is only one of the players, right? There's still a few more to come. And this could be a very problematic play now coming in for NASR.
Yeah, look, already losing the numbers, at least managing to pick up one in that return, so good trade, but it is going to sign some potential backup, right? Now, let's just put some space in between us and the rest of the teams. Let's also focus on that rotation. We know with the zone and flight path, that zone moved all the way towards that western side, closer towards Gatka and Ruins, and they currently find themselves here towards that farm Milta area. So they need to get a move on. They also have to be aware of the rotations coming through from the other teams. I mean, we have VSN all the way over towards Milta Power. Very easy shortcut for them to go straight through Farm and Milto, or potentially on that coastline, and that could potentially either spell a little bit of action for NASR and, of course, Arab Golden, or some trouble. So moving along, hopefully those teams will be able to get themselves out of that and rotating in closer to the zone. I do like the split that Quest have taken. They've got a little bit of that Mount Everest, but then they've also got a massive stack towards the southern portion, just above what we can see Quarry. So they have a good center position for this next zone.
Yeah, and I think they are going to be looking to just wait for that zone to be decided and then make their decisive play from there on, right? Either committing towards that Everest position or holding close towards center. But it does seem like they're starting to spread themselves out a little bit more. And then, of course, looking all the way up north, right, it's going to be Brute Force, aka Broody Fruity, as I called them in PMPL Arabia, making their way through that Saverni drop. But I'm curious to see what this rotation is going to be coming in from their side, because looking towards the zone, they've got a very comfortable play to push straight on in, and of course a quick little look back at how AXA just stepped up and tried to lay it in, but of course Xenox had other intentions, right? They just warmed up that seat, sending them straight across back into that lobby. And then we're going to be seeing a lot more of that to come through, because we are still sitting with only 61 players and all 16 teams still present here.
Absolutely. No one wants to be going down early on, and this is exactly what we would come to expect with this level of competition. So it's good to see that we're already finding a good amount of rotations. The NASR also backed off from Arab Golden after that fact, as did Arab Golden. So they gave each other space after that point. They were like, listen, we don't want to lose numbers right here, right from the beginning. We still need to get ourselves into the zone and into the rest of this map. Similarly, we can see RTG also taking that rotation on in. We've also got Crash Gaming from the southern point of Military Base going all the way to that western side, so they'll probably be taking that western bridge. So far, they should be uncontested. I hope that stays the case, because we still got plenty more rotations coming.
Speaking about rotations, right, we are seeing the players from NIGMA also just slightly hinging away from that Pachinki position. So I'm curious to see where they are going to be looking to push towards, because there's a lot of opportunity that could really avail itself to them. But of course, a lot of the pressure is going to be coming through, at least from this eastern side. We got Vision now getting ready for that push. We got Arab Golden just a little bit further down south. And of course, RTG as well as NASR hot on the hills. But then there's another team, right? Another team that is still held up all the way up in Yasnaya, who's not yet started their rotation. And I'm curious to see at what point they are going to be starting that trek. And that, of course, is going to be players there from the World of Battle as they come rolling up, moving in the direction of RUKH and GEEKAY. Ooh, they could be quite a bit of a surprise coming through on that edge.
Absolutely. We can see that zone now centering up. Ooh, a little bit of an inclusion there of Pachinki. We still got some Aquari in play, of course, and of course some Fairy Pier action here. So we've got a few teams having to immediately make those adjustments. Of course, Quest, perfect position. They're going to be having some time to work with here. The rest now filtering in on the outskirts. We've got Vision just up ahead of RTG. We've got NASR, who's taken a bit of a longer rotation off of the back of some of that altercation that they had. Of course, with Arab Golden, they've been a little bit slower. They don't want to have more engagement. They've already had enough for now. The World of Battle, though, moving in from that northern side, might just cut them off. We'll have to wait and see whose car is going to be faster, but ultimately it's going to come down to these engagements now. As we reach these out of edge zone placements, they need to fight for space.
I mean, there's already a lot of congestion coming up in towards center zone. I like the addition of Triple moving in towards that western side, pulling up right behind the players there from VISTA. So that is going to be quite exciting. But of course, up north is going to be GEEKAY now just making their way clear of those lovely headshot hills. Of course, the Brute Force team just north of that. So we could have a little bit of a contention coming through on this edge. But I think a big focus is going to be placed on that center zone, as we can see a lot of teams now still trying to creep even closer. So the side of Quest, they're going to have their hands full, as R8 could come knocking on the doors. But the trades starting to fly in here onto the World of Battle as the first shots have connected in. And this is going to be a very tough play, because just look at the teams situated within the zone and compare that with who's yet to move forward.
This is exactly what I was worried about, right? So the World of Battle, they got a little bit cheeky. They tried to jump in up ahead of NASR Esports, maybe catch them off guard. But lo and behold, there was another team who already had different plans in the zone, holding and waiting for the opportunity. It was, of course, the team of Vision Esports, who just managed to pick up at least one from the World of Battle. That signified to the rest of the team to move on out. NASR, again, already battered and bruised from their early engagement. They still just want to get into zone. They just want a little bit of time to get themselves set up. And now they're just going from fight to fight to fight. The World of Battle, PMPL already. They've immediately disengaged as soon as they lost that one player, gone up north. NASR likely going to following them as well. That will be the only spacing they really can work with. So yeah, Vision, one to you. Nice hold of that eastern side of the zone.
Yeah, but they are going to get tested. Quest also now trying to make a bit of a play here. You can see the lovely Al-Hajj now getting ready to cook up a bit of a storm. Are they going to find it down onto Fajita there? Ooh, the taps are in, but this is a good setup coming through for the side of Triple. I mean, they still have all the hard cover playing from within that compound, and once the zone shifts, it's going to determine whether or not they really have to move out. But speaking of moving out, look at NASR. They just taking the plunge, just rushing right through the side there of NIGMA as they look to get themselves situated. And this is where things could maybe take a few interesting turns. I like that position coming through from P6, but J7 not going to be that lucky in the
Ooh.
zone. Centering up into those beautiful fields. And this is going to be such a grueling position to play for.
I mean, it's only first map. PUBG Mobile, why are we like this? I mean, I like it. I don't think the players like it very much, but here we are, out in the open fields, going to be feeling a little bit exposed, and as you should. There's so little cover to work with here, and these teams are going to have to literally grasp at some straws, grasp at the grass, as we can see brute force, or what did you call them, Broody Fruity? Coming through, looking for RUKH.
Well, they're going to be looking, but are they going to find them, though, as the shots connect on through? Zakaria just rushing on in, and that is exactly the opening they need. So that is going to be one down, a few more to go. Not quite sure whether or not Brute Force are going to be able to find the last few, as we can see RUKH still playing a little bit of a spread out position as they now start to move up into the chopsticks. But that actually trickles right into the side of Quest, right? So there's so many plays that are about to come on through. Speaking about plays, though, Vision pushing up into center zone.
I know, as we move on in, Vision trying to once again just take a little bit of a sneaky cut. I like the positioning so far. They've been very good in finding opportunities on rotations. So they rotate early, they get themselves set up, and then they wait for rotations to move in, and then they start to pick up these players that are surrounding in the outskirt rotation. But now they've gone straight into the center, right alongside the 2-2 split here from Quest. Not sure if they'll be able to necessarily catch them off just yet. In the meantime, they'll be focusing on Triple Esports. So they have plenty of targets. We'll just have to wait and see if they can hit their marks. Meanwhile, RTG coming through from the northern side, yeah, in a similar situation, they have a lot to deal with in the vicinity.
Oh, I mean, and it's not gonna end anytime soon, right? Because it's just gonna get more and more crammed up. But a good edge position being held here by the side of NIGMA. Curious to see how they're gonna look to get themselves positioned out of this one. But the pressure could maybe result into something, as we know Hamodi and Lord just positioned here on the edge. Rauf and Koops yet to pull on through. Now I'm curious to see what Koops are going to be bringing in, because Koops, I mean, one of those heavy hitters coming through from PMPL Arabia, and we've not really seen all that much from Koops. Sure, it is only the first match, and we are only in that third phase, so there's still a lot of opportunities, but I want to see what potential could come through from this opportunity. And of course, I love that setup coming through from RTG. Nice little bit of a gatekeep coming in on that end. Meanwhile, GEEKAY, I mean, they're just playing for a bit of an angle here, waiting to see where that zone's going to shift to.
Absolutely. And I mean, just to add on to what you said about Koops, right? I mean, the MVP that we saw from PMPL Arabia, highest damage, most eliminations. So definitely a hard-hitting player that Enigma Galaxy is going to be hoping is going to be popping off today, so that they can really get a good start into this one. And oof, all right, GK Esports, they did the right thing by waiting. That zone is going to bless them for their efforts. And now we move up towards that northeastern side. Plenty of rotations. I mean, Vision in once again a perfect position now to actually gatekeep Quest this time around.
Yeah, but I also look onto the side here of GQ. I mean, another pretty strong performing team. So I'm curious to see how long they're going to be able to hold on to this current positioning here. I mean, it's a tough angle to play from, but I mean, there's so many tough positions spread and strewn all throughout what is left of the zone, especially looking at the side of Crash and the players here from Arab Golden Galaxy. It's not going to be the easiest rotation to try and secure, but we do, however, say goodbye to yet another Ra'ad member as they do get picked up and confirmed. And Ra'ad looking a little bit tough at this point. So tough that they are our first team getting sent back to the lobby.
Congratulations. no, not gonna go there. Yeah, no, sorry about that, Ra'ad. As we will be hopefully seeing another team join you shortly. NIGMA Galaxy now going to be catching Crash Gaming, making a rotation up the hill line, and they are ready and prepped for this one. A little bit of back and forth damage, but Crash Gaming, they might have a hand into this one. They've already found one knock.
Yep, and that is going to be on to Kurps. They're going to be looking to kick it off with quite a bit of a storm here. Lord now heavy on the defensive, but a lot of vehicles flying all over the place. Rauf is going to be the next one to fall, and this is now a very troubling position for the side of NIGMA as they are down to Lord. The rush is there. Crush could actually put quite a bit of a stop to any potential gains, and that is exactly what happens as they ship them out with only one elimination to their name.
That is unfortunate. NIGMA Galaxy, I mean, they were the team that was set up, and this would have been the prime opportunity for them to lock in some much-needed eliminations. But hey, we still got plenty more maps just into today's set. So for now, we just have to give it up to Crash Gaming for a wonderful, wonderful engagement that they managed to make actually into their favor there, which honestly, I didn't see how they could have done it, but just finding that initial knock onto Coops, that was the trigger. Now, for the rest of these teams, Quest, they are still running that 2-2 split. So I don't know if it was just pure confidence or whatever it is, but it's resulted in them only being reduced to 3 players. That one player that was left alone is now, as we can see, down, and now the rest have to move on in for the recovery.
Yeah, that's going to be a very tough play now for seeing that they've lost Da, but I mean, there could still be a bit of an opportunity coming through here for Quest. Gante is still going to be holding steady alongside Fidan. Ragnarok, though, cooking up a few nades. Ooh, finds a bit of damage. Down goes Kante, and this could be all downhill as R8 Ragnarok looks to close it up, coming in for a bit of a spray fest. Oh, down they go in turn. It's not going to be settled that quickly. Quest now looking to quickly bounce back as best they can. They need to get those raises in, but at the same time, prioritize that zone positioning. As you can see, the players there from R8 also now rotating right into the side of Vision, and it is absolute carnage.
Love to see this. I mean, battles on all fronts, but of course it's not going to stop anytime soon. We know, you can see that southwestern portion of the zone absolutely stacked to the brim with teams. We've got VISTA, we've got Triple, we've got R8 running for their lives to try and keep the R8 banner into this one. Oh, this is the wrong place to stop. I hope that they know there is someone just waiting to give them a welcome.
Well, let's see now. Ooh, Esketon tries to send the volley out. It is going to be a rush around the block. Oh, but not an easy one though. Quest, oh, we will say goodbye to them as they get picked up, and there we go. The shots have been delivered. That is Xenox right out of here. Down they go. Now the opportunity is still available over on towards the southeastern side, western side rather, as we got the players from Triple, we got Vista as well as Vision. So this is going to be an interesting play though. I like the setup coming through from Vision. Now they're going to try and capitalize, but oh, Vista tries to get it, but unfortunately, Triple, I mean, even though they're down to 1, it's not going to stop them.
Yeah, Icy will be holding this one on, but for how much longer is going to be the question. They are still surrounded with teams. Vista now being the next to move in. We've got Vision up just towards the north of their position. Oh, but their nade is good. With a little bit of a helping hand, they managed to take down 2. Vision now moves on in. I don't think they know about Icy.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, they do.
Yeah,
they do. Yeah, they do.
Well, I mean, we've got our answer right there. Of course, Saif now just, you know, rolling over the competition. Might as well. Why not? Now, I'm curious to see what the rest of Vision are going to be doing here. So they've already secured themselves 7 eliminations, holding on to that 3-piece. But the World of Battle still battling for a good position, moving through, at least on the northern edge. Brute Force also in a very similar kind of situation, but they do have at least some kind of a line of sight down onto the side there of the World of Battle. But now comes the test is as to how they're going to rotate into this next phase.
It's going to be an interesting rotation. As we can see, R8 Esports also joining the rest, down to 10 teams. This is going to be an interesting one now because we still got a few sprinkles of players that have refused to go down for the time being. The World of Battle, they've been going from one altercation to the other, now still once again pinned down into this position by Brute Force, who are just hammering away at their HP. and it's not going to be an easy rotation for them. They are just on the cusp of that zone. They are just on the outskirts. So they do unfortunately have to move, but how can they when there is just a constant rain of fire? And now we have to turn our attention to a little bit more of that action happening in one of the only compounds still left in the zone.
Yeah, it is going to be the side here of GQ trying to defend. I mean, they've been here for a minute, but it's going to be, of course, then Crash knocking on the door, looking for that opportunity. But hey, buddy, step it up, getting ready to cook up some sauce. And there goes the spray. Unfortunately, not getting the knock in just yet. But let's see now, AZ and the rest of the crew trying to get themselves back on their feet. Walsh does fall, and this is going to be absolutely crazy as Crash. Wow! Try to hold on, but GQ, they just have other plans for them. Now, Crash down to 2-piece. It is going to be Jafar and A-Buddy left to defend.
Oh, this is not how Crash Gaming would have wanted this to go, but GQ, they just had such a solid setup, and once again, this time they turned it around. They were one of those teams to finally lock it down and ensure that their intruders were taken care of. The World of Battle, unfortunately, we knew that they were stuck between a rock and a hard place, so we will say goodbye to them as they do not make it into the zone. But look at the damage that's been dealt to Brute Force as they have to try and recover from the situation. All of this just to take out the World of Battle, but of course, we've got a few more visitors that are going to be sending them some welcome packages.
Yeah, and of course, Santa now going to come knocking on the door, trying to keep that pressure up. But speaking about doors, though, look at Jafar. Down they go. It's now up to A-Buddy to get the final few hits delivered. GQ just holding on to a sliver, but up comes the hit. DVS doing its thing, and A-Buddy on an absolute rampage. Just ripping on through. Now, bringing the side here of GQ down to 2-piece. It is going to be Evo Station, and their teammates still trying to pick up. Oh, but they can't. As they, of course, now secure the finish. That is going to be the end of the road for Crash. But with that, we are down to our final 7 teams. Vision now trying to apply as much pressure as they can on towards Mazzaro.
Mazzaro, the only member still alive here for Vista Gaming, is going to step out to find one, but every single second, every single opportunity they give to Vision is another potential shot at saying goodbye to Vista. And we will, unfortunately, not a bad fight, but Vision should be able to get themselves recovered and into the zone. Talking about into that zone, again, this compound still under heavy fire. On the outskirts, we can see the likes of Arab Golden and RTG going head to head, and so far it's been pretty even for the trades, but there it is, another step up from Arab Golden.
Oh, come on, come on. How's this going to end? How is this going to end? Arab Golden are looking to lock in a few more of those eliminations. RTG, they've not yet had any luck. It's all going to come down to Reva and whether or not they can find any sprays. But of course, the utility gets sent in both directions. Arab Golden looking for the setup here. Oh, and they got it. Delivered on a platter as the shots get signed, sealed, and delivered.
Love to see this, but of course it's not over. GK and well, GK. Well, this is going to be fun. GK and GQ are going to be going head to head here for the control of this northern compound. Still keeping an eye out there. They're going to be hearing all of that action and commotion happening towards the southern portion of that zone. So they'll just keep a keen eye on what's happening. But for now, they don't have to move. They can just wait for all of these teams to rotate in. We still got RUKH Esports just on the outskirts, right alongside Vision Esports. Of course, Arab Golden keeping a keen eye on this. So this is going to be a 3-way battle here towards the southern position. And again, they have to be so wary of their surroundings, because there could be just as easily a bit of a reach across from that third party to pick up some extra eliminations, and then we could be saying goodbye to another team.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely an opportunity, but at least we can say the North is going to be a GG either which way it crumbles, right? But now the focus turns down towards the southern edge, because we got RUKH, Vision, and of course the side of Arab Golden. As you can see, RUKH, they just trying to play nice and quiet out in the open. It is going to be Pusher just down on their tummy, just trying to snake around, looking for a bit of an opportunity. But the confidence coming through from Saif does not convert in elimination. Instead, it gets them knocked on down. Pusher now having a great opportunity here to try and maybe claim a bit of ground. But Vision, oh, they're not going to let them get out of this one for free as the shots come in. And that is the end of RUKH. Down to the final 4 we go now.
Oh, we blink and we just let go of teams. But of course, GK, GQ, this is going to be so much fun. Over towards this northern side, they still have some of the compounds to work with. But again, that zone is only going to give them so much space. We got the southern portion of the zone still hot on the heels of those elimination counts. as we got Arab Golden moving in, already 7 eliminations to their name. They are definitely making a statement, but they're going up against Vision, who's picked up 9 off of the bat of their very tactical rotations that they've been making, putting teams in awkward positions on rotations. Now they're the ones making a bit of a hot rotation into those compounds, into the action here with our two teams who've already been duking it out.
Well, there's still a lot of deking left to come here. As we can see, the team's far from done, right? There's so much yet to come through here. But, I mean, I love this kind of standoff, and this is a great opportunity for the victory to go potentially to one of the Gs here, right? It's either going to be Cheeky or the side of GEEKAY that will just have to hold on. But I also like the fact that Arab Golden are still sitting with a glorious 3-piece to their name, right? So that is going to be quite a formidable force to try and defend against rushing forward into the compound.
GEEKAY Esports at least leading the pack there with the numbers, but it's pretty close. We take a look at Vision and GQ, at least with a 2-piece each. It's not too bad. I think it's still possible here for these teams, but it's going to come down to that timing, waiting for another team to make the first move, another team to potentially be the bait and the trigger for all of this onslaught to begin. I like this position here from GEEKAY Esports, slowly but surely surrounding GQ, and of course they would love to take this compound, gives them that extra bit of cover. So for now, it's a bit of a waiting game. Arab Golden actually making a dash here towards that eastern side is going to expose them a little bit. At least they have the hay bales to hide behind, but for how much longer are those hay bales going to be protecting them?
Hey, well, we'll find out soon enough, right? And meanwhile, Vision also trying to get a bit of an eagle eye angle as to what the zone is going to bring on through as the blue zone is about to close. We'll see where phase number 8 is going to be taking us. And the answer is, well, right here, right? We're not moving anywhere. The only team now that needs to move is going to be the side of Arab Golden Galaxy, as they have not yet secured themselves a good footing moving in here. But I can assure you it is going to be a very exciting rotation coming through, as I'm kind of hoping that GQ and GEEKAY get distracted with the altercation. That only, of course, then leaves Vision that could maybe prove to be quite problematic for that push coming through. And as I say that, Mon delivers the hit.
Yeah, unfortunately for Arab Golden, they want Tita, they want to peek, they want to get themselves out of this situation, but their vehicles have been blown up, they are out in the open. Everyone very well knows where they are currently sitting, and all they have between themselves and the rest of these teams is a hay bale. It's not going to give you much cover, but our Vision might be reaching into GK and GQ. That might give them the gap to move on out.
Ooh, I think Vision, they are going to be an absolute problem. A big thorn in the side here, as they've now already gotten themselves up onto those double-digit eliminations. You can see 11 sitting quite comfortably along their name there. But now GQ reduced to 1 is going to be a very tough angle rather to hold. As you can see, the approach there from Arab Golden also now starting to creep on forward. GK, they haven't flinched. Sure, they've lost a player, but that is not going to stop the efforts here. It's all now down to timing, finding the opportunity, and P6 does exactly that, finds the angle on towards Ragnar.
Oh, great reach in, at least keeping them in the conversation still, right? They're still going to be able to potentially pick up some eliminations off the bat of a very tough position that they were put into by that zone. But Vision, again, has been that driving force, has been that distraction here for all of the teams who are trying to get rid of Arab. And now, Vision, all of a sudden, the tables are turned to them.
Oh, yes. Let's see now. It is stage number 9. There's going to be no more closure after this. The only thing that's going to close is going to be that blue zone. So it's all going to come down to the wire. Let's see what the teams are going to be bringing in. Santa and the rest of GK now trying to find that rhythm, trying to find that flow. Could they secure the angle? It's now going to be up to Hope on the front line. Oh, looks to quickly reposition, opens up the opportunity. But let's see whether or not Puncher could maybe bring in anything on that edge. A very cheeky position being held here by Volt, but the shots are going to come through. That is going to be the first few hits connecting up. A beautiful UMP to secure that elimination. And now the numbers start to crumble. It's a 1v1v2. Arab Golden Galaxy still with a phenomenal opportunity as we say goodbye to Vision. Oh, GK and Arab. Oh, as this is absolutely insane. But looking at the points, it does seem like Arab Golden, they have a really strong chance here to secure themselves the victory. And that is exactly what they do. As they step up, they deliver the final nade. And with that, they close off the very first match right here in the MEA Championship, doing so with 9 eliminations.
Ooh, I do not understand. I do not understand how they were able to get themselves out of that situation when they dropped into those hay bales, when we saw that zone rotation come in, and they were just on the cusp, they were just on the edge. I was like, oh no, what's going to happen now? This is it. How do they get themselves back into the action? Everyone saw them rotate. Everyone took out their vehicles collectively and was applying that pressure, but it was Vision Esports that was that saving grace of a distraction that brought that opportunity for Arab Golden to move on in. And I mean, they did so fantastically. The eliminations that Vision picked up was also just insane for the first map of the day, but got to give it up to Arab Golden for turning such a wild situation into a win.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very exciting play, but also, you know, no surprise really to see them coming through with a victory, as, you know, they are also one of the top performing teams when it comes to the map of Erangel. But of course, before we go any further, right, we are going to be taking a look at a few things. We want to see a bit of a comparison as to how insane these teams were performing. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the match ranking to see exactly how many points our team secured.
Look, it was a bit of a tough one. We know there was a wild spread of eliminations thanks to Vision Esports, but ultimately it was Arab Golden that picked up that winner-winner chicken dinner. So all that does really is put them tied for the top two slots, 19 points each. And then just look at the drop, DK, from 19 for two teams to just 9 for our third place team.
Oof. I mean, that is pretty scary to see, but well played to both Arab Gold and Galaxy, and of course the side there, Vision Esports. Absolutely insane performances. But looking down the board, I mean, things are still looking quite interesting here. I mean, Crash still picking up those 6 eliminations. Then, of course, we've got the players from Brute Force as well as Team GQ securing themselves 5 eliminations along the way. So, you know, the hand was dealt, right? The teams did what they could. And of course, it resulted in quite a bit of that PUBG mobile action that we love to watch. But we need to see, more importantly, what that second page brings through, right? Because R8, they close up the 8th place coming through then on their 4 points. But of course, as to be expected, I think this next page is not going to be looking quite similar to this, as it's been a pretty tough run, to say the least.
Yeah, pretty tough is, I think, sugarcoating it a little bit. But look, it's the first map of the day. As I said, I really wanted to have an explosive start for some of these teams. Thankfully, you know, we had 2 teams stepping up to the plate almost immediately. But because of that, I mean, the rest was sort of just fighting for scraps. And we saw a lot of teams really getting caught out in sort of some awkward positions with the rotations, with the initial drops. I mean, it was wild from the get-go. From the first, you know, couple of drops, we already had eliminations popping in. So no surprised to see that we at least have a pretty healthy spread of eliminations, but it's not going to result in anything wild as what we saw on that first page.
Yeah, and of course it was unfortunate to see Raad and NIGMA Galaxy getting taken out so early on. I mean, of course, also 2 teams that we are quite excited to see what their performances are going to bring on through. But fortunately for them, we still have 2 more Erangels left for the rest of the day, so there will still be that opportunity. But yeah, there is going to be still quite a bit of pressure to play for. And of course, you know, you were saying that we are going to be looking at a few more things, or I was saying that. So let's take a look at that total damage to see where the teams are. I mean, there's so much talking here. Like, I forget what I said, right? Vision, definitely, though, dealing an absolutely insane hand. Nearly, well, a little bit more than doubling down on the amount of damage, comparing it to the eliminations they were able to secure.
It was absolutely wild. Again, we mentioned it briefly. Vision just so strategic in terms of their rotations. And again, yes, some of it was also to do with the zone rotations. As they find center zone, that zone shifts off, and they're just in that edge. They're just in that prime position to start gatekeeping and start taking hits against any of the other teams. But they've also had to, you know, pull off some wild chances. I mean, having that rotation into GK and GQ and still making that work into their favor, still picking up eliminations in that situation. That's all to do with the firepower that Vision was bringing in, as you can see, so well represented compared to the rest of the teams. I mean, Arab Goldens are winner chicken dinners. We had Brute Force, who also, it's not like they weren't doing anything. We had so many other teams really just absolutely pounding into that damage number, but it fails in comparison to what we actually saw Vision pick up.
I mean, I think definitely Vision is going to be quite the team to watch, right? Especially if we look at the performance that they've brought through here. I mean, sure, the assists coming through between Vision and Arab Gold are very, very similar. But as we've pointed out, and as it is also quite obvious on the screen, right? The amount of eliminations and the damage coming through from their end, just absolutely crazy, crazy to look at. And this is actually quite an increase in Vision's performance. I mean, if we compare the performances that we saw coming through in PMPL Arabia, it didn't exactly look like this, especially not in Erangel, right? So I think it's safe to say that, Vision Esports, they were holding back a little bit in the PMPL itself. And now, stepping into the championship, they're like, you know what? We're just going to rip it open, wide open.
Yeah, well, they have done the work. They went back to the drawing board and they made sure that they were ready for the finals. Whatever it is, whatever they had for breakfast this morning, I hope that they repeat it, and I hope that they bring that consistency in coming through to the next game, especially if we consider that this is the Erangel, stats, and we've got 3 doses of Erangel each day. So if they can replicate this time in and time out on this map, they are definitely going to be set for this week. But Arab Golden, it's not really a surprise to see them in the numbers, especially if you come from the PMPL Africa side. But to see them be able to reproduce that on the MEA Championship level is a whole different ballgame. And it's again why we have to give that respect to the team of Arab Golden Galaxy, because they are those players that can bring through that level of performance, even at a stage that's, a step higher than what they were used to.
I mean, to put it into perspective as well, right? The last time we saw Arab Golden Galaxy play an Erangel match, right? They walked away with 6 placement points and 8 eliminations, right? It's very close to what we had happening here. I mean, it's close to this current match's performance. But then if we look to Vision, I mean, Vision, like, what even happened? They secured only 4 eliminations in the last Erangel we saw. This time, they come in with 14 and to add that winner chicken dinner on top. So if you want to talk about an upset, I mean, Vision definitely bringing it in. But that makes me so excited to see what the next match is going to be. Of course, as you can see at the top of the screen in the top right, it is going to be right over into Miramar. But of course, to make it into nice big picture, here we go. So it is going to be Miramar up next. And of course, then Erangel just around the corner.
Yeah, so a rinse and repeat, an opportunity here for the teams to really get into the sort of, the maps that they're so used to. They're so accustomed to these maps by now. I mean, to start off with Erangel with that level of energy, I can only imagine what's going to happen on Miramar. So with Miramar coming up now, we mentioned there was a few teams that, were caught off surprise. They were caught off guard with the rotations. They lost a couple as they were just trying to desperately get themselves into the zone. It was pretty much just a map of rotations. Over towards Miramar now, obviously there's a little bit more space to work with. There's a lot more rotations that they will have to be making, a lot more space that they need to cover, but it will also allow them a little bit of that, a small sense of calm as they will be able to make those decisions, as they will be able to go through the rest of the map. They'll have that space. Hopefully we won't be seeing too much chaos right off the bat, to give these teams the best possible opportunity to showcase their level of performance that they can be bringing into this championship.
I mean, speaking of performance, right? There's 2 teams that I want to see step it up moving into this next Miramar, right? One of them being RUKH Esports, and the other one being the players coming through from Brute Force, right? I want to see how both these teams are going to be performing, because historically they were exceptional when it came to the map of Miramar, right? They were very, very consistent. So there is that level of expectation that has been created. I mean, RUKH got 4 winner chicken dinners across the Miramars that they played. Looking at Brute Force, they secured 7. So between these 2 teams, one of them should be the team to take the winner chicken dinner, right? That is my prediction. I know it's maybe no time for predictions, but that is what I'm going to say based on the statistics that we have coming through, from the respective PMPL. So I'm excited to see whether or not that is going to be the situation here, though.
And what's interesting to add on to that, I mean, especially just because of what we just saw in that first matchup, over towards that PMPL Africa side, there was another name alongside RUKH Esports that made a massive splash on Miramar, and that was, of course, our winner chicken dinner winners. That was Arab Golden Galaxy. So now they've got a bit of a second opportunity, maybe, to pick up a back-to-back winner chicken dinner, but they will again have to replicate such an insane performance, and to bring in that consistency right here on day number 1 of the MEA Championship would be absolutely incredible.
Well, speaking about incredible, right, we also have an interesting looking flight path coming through on this one. I mean, in contradiction to what we had coming in on the lovely side there of Erangel. This time around, the flight path has presented us with a completely different situation. Of course, starting over in Impala, heading straight up in towards that lovely northwestern side. And I think the teams are going to be quite happy with this because it will allow them great access to a big majority of those positions. But I'm curious to see whether or not Arab Golden Galaxy are going to be pushing down to that Valle del Mar, Los Higos kind of position, as we saw them do quite frequently before.
Going to be a bit of an interesting one here, already starting off with such a bang over towards the Erangel. I'm going to be curious to see if we're going to once again see some of those hot drops, right? Because these are the first iterations of these maps. So, I mean, yes, the teams would have done their homework. They would have studied up on their opponents, but you always know that there's a little bit of chaos that could be brought in on the match day itself. So we'll be curious to see if we dismay that, if one Erangel was enough to keep these teams on their toes, or if they're going to at least need that first introduction into Miramar to get themselves going.
Well, there's only going to be one way to find out. There's only one way to find out, right? Ooh, but speaking about finding out, I love the fact that we found out the zone is sitting up in that northwestern side, playing right into Pozor, and I mean, you can see, well, Arab Golden definitely going for the alternate drop location up in towards the trailer park. But it is going to be brute force now moving up in towards Pozzo. We've got, AXA also dropping in alongside them. That is quite the change. But of course, normally we also did see in the PMPL that NIGMA sometimes came to Pozzo. But it does seem like this time they again settled for that South Los Leones position instead.
It's going to be an interesting one. As you can see, yeah, I mean, in some of the rotations, we've already seen the prowess, if we can call it that. Well, absolutely, we can call it that. That vision brought in that previous game with the rotations this time around, all the way towards that Impala side. So they're not necessarily going to be able to be that team to set themselves up to play a little bit of that gatekeeping game. Unfortunately, because of that zone, they are going to have to get themselves into some vehicles and make a massive rotation in. And it's going to be a wild one, DK. I mean, all of those teams moving now in from that eastern side to that zone is just going to cause so much chaos. So once again, we're going to have to see how these teams deal with these setups. We've already had good indications of teams being able to deal with those sort of containment level situations, and some teams who struggled a little bit with that, right? We saw NIGMA Galaxy, unfortunately, being that team that was set up, being that team that was waiting for another to rotate into them, and they fell just a little bit short. But now, back on Miramar, reset yourself, and let's see that that rehash. Let's see that NIGMA Galaxy energy to bring through, hopefully, a win into this one.
I mean, they were also, they're not were, but they are, right? A very, very strong team when it comes to the side of Miramar. So, yeah, it just makes sense. It just makes sense that we are supposed to see something similar to that kind of come through in this game. And it's all going to come down to, you know, how that RNG essentially plays out, right? Whether or not they're going to be able to get a good position coming in towards this next zone, how that is going to affect the next shift coming through. But for the time being, it does seem like the teams are going to be focusing their efforts on just getting it looted up. I think also a little bit of that preemptive play could be, you know, maybe quite beneficial at this stage, seeing that we have La Cobreria pretty vacant. So if we see a team potentially opting to move into that region and get themselves situated, that could be quite favorable, I guess.
There is that opportunity to move in. So yeah, I mean, it's a lot to set up going into this Miramar. It's obviously a lot of eyes on, especially most of these teams moving in from Arabia, as they have the biggest spread of information, right? So they have the 10 teams from Arabia, the 6 teams from Africa. So if you want to talk about a percentage, they are more familiar with their opponents than most of the teams are from Africa, just because they've been able to play against one another in PMPL. Now, we put them on a different stage. We throw in all of these loose cannons, these variables that they haven't been used to before. All of a sudden, there's new opponents, there's new playstyles, there's new rotations they need to deal with, and that is going to allude to some of these wild situations where teams get themselves caught out. So, not going to take too much from the first game. All that I know is that Vision has the opportunity to drop a 14 bomb right off the bat. So I'm going to give them a little bit of a focus as we move into this one. Maybe they might even convert some of our other casters into voting for them for this one. But what I'm also liking to see, what's a common pattern, right, just from our casters, is how spread the opinions are. No one really has that one team that is 100% going to take that map. No one has a definite answer because everyone is so good. Everyone is at that level where it's so competitive.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna go for a team, right? I'm gonna call a team, and I'm gonna say brute force, right? That's a team that I'm gonna be rooting for. I want to see, how they're gonna be playing this one, because as I mentioned before, coming through from PMPL Arabia, they were the team that had the most success. So that setup into El Pozo could already be a good start coming through for them. But of course, then the other team to worry about, Harp Golden Galaxy, also one of the monsters, but this time rolling in from the Africa side. So if I had to choose from the two regions, I would say these two, right? Harp Golden Galaxy and the Broody Fruities Brute Force. I want to see these two teams clash, and based on the location on the zone and the map, that's
They
very,
quite
very possible. Yeah.
Yeah. They very much might clash, and they'll be clashing on Miramar at this point. We can already see AXA just taking a dip down towards the south, getting a bit of information, potentially seeing if they want to get involved with Brute Force. So it would be hilarious if your two teams just clashed it out right here on the get-go, not giving either the opportunity to take the winner chicken dinner. I'm just saying that would be funny. Cast a curse already on the second match. Let's go. But of course, rotations, that is going to be the key here. So these teams that have themselves set up on the mountaintops, they have so much line of sight to work with, as we do have that impending doom of teams moving in from that eastern side. So I would expect that in the next phase, we should be seeing some of those early eliminations potentially being dropped in. The teams setting themselves up beautifully for the rest of this match, and hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit more of that consistency moving in. But it's going to be a tough one. We've already seen at least that space given to the outskirts. So the teams moving in for that eastern side, they have a bit more space than what we started with as we dropped onto the map, but it's still not going to be perfect.
Well, I mean, there's still a lot of opportunity for any potential perfection to come through, right? Whether or not that is going to happen right here and now, we don't know. We don't know. So, well, all we can do is wait. And speaking about waiting, there's going to be a little bit of that elevation gameplay. I want to see Ida and Neos just tap it out, right? I think this could make for quite some exciting content to come through between the two of them.
Just a mountaintop duel, like old-fashioned. We're on the dusty map. We just need one of those dust piles to roll on through. Maybe a little bit of cowboy music coming in as well. Then we've got the perfect situation. Cinematic perfection. But now, we'll have to just wait, because we still got plenty more teams to rotate in. NIGMA Galaxy, right on the heels of the World of Battle. So a little bit of a swap around. Doesn't look like they'll necessarily be going for that cutoff. They are going a little bit more towards the western side. So hopefully they won't be reaching each other. Triple Esports just not far off behind them, coming through from Los Leones. And they should be reaching RTG's position. Not sure if they're going to continue that zone. Still moving on up to center. So if you thought that you were done driving, well, I've got news for you.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? It's one of those things. But you want to talk about a setup? This is the play. This is the chance now for Brute Force to just capitalize on Pozo, because I mean they couldn't have asked for a better blessing to be delivered. I mean that's phenomenal. But ooh, RTG also having a phenomenal crash there. A little bit of a buggy bug coming in on that one, as they have a a bit of a discussion there with the ground. It is what it is. But a good setup coming through here from Riva, just looking to inch their way up in towards Pozo, and that is going to open up quite a few opportunities, especially seeing that we've got a few teams situated down in the fields here.
Got a few teams that need to make some hard decisions, right? I mean, GEEKAY Esports holding that southern portion. They will be able to be in a fantastic position, as we can see the World of Battle, NIGMA Galaxy and Triple Esports moving in, as they will be taking that pathing straight through that territory. So again, opportunity, do they take those engagements? Do they take the risk? Because there's a lot of players that they'd have to deal with all at once, depending on how these rotations are going to pan out. We've got R2G, who's a little bit further up into the center, not as perfectly centered as we could see, because no one's really going to be going out into the open. You can see just a little bit of a peek and prod. The World of Battle actually locked it down, so they stopped their rotation. They were up ahead, and then they stopped just to give Thor a bit of a welcome package and to say goodbye.
Well, farewell, and good luck as Thor gets thundered out of that one. Muhammad So picking up our first elimination. I mean, this is quite interesting to look at. Sure, Miramar is quite a vast map, but it's taken us all the way too close to the end of the second phase for that first hit to be secured, right? That first elimination to come on through. So I think there's gonna be a very, very sweaty play coming in on this end. And speaking about sweaty, NIGMA actually rotating along that western front. They could come rolling in behind RUKH. And, well, we're yet to see whether or not RUKH are going to be making it beyond that, 15, 16 finishing spot. Maybe we could potentially have RUKH making it up into at least those single-digit placement points.
It's been pretty quiet so far, and this is what I'm liking to see, that comparison between Erangel and Miramar. As we said, more space, more opportunity for these teams to think through these situations. Instead of just chasing after the zone, they have a little bit more time to work with to get themselves properly set up. So, fantastic spirit of teams as we've seen this position now being held. Arab Golden still running a bit of a split, and they've been in and out of reaching against Crash Gaming. So they've shot a few shots, they said hello a little bit. We can see Crash already sending a scout towards Arab Golden just to say hello to themselves, but ultimately we might not necessarily see too much craziness. Although Crash, are they going full force for this Arab Golden slot?
It could be.
I saw a little bit of movement.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I mean, you can see Jafar here. I mean, so you gotta say one thing about Jafar. Jafar is really good with hitting shots from afar, right? I know it sounds like a joke, play on the name, but that is just a fact, right? That is 100% fact. Jafar really good with those range hits. Also, just give Jafar a DBS, and they can also make a little bit of carnage happen. But at this range, this is a kind of opportunity, especially then for the side of Crash, to really play that more ranged assault. And speaking about ranged, this could be the same situation coming through between the World of Battle and GEEKAY. Ooh, but Gaith though, M24, how do you do? Pops the first hit, and there we go.
That was so clean. That was so clean, but so nasty at the same time. Why you do that? But I mean, okay, I like it. It's not going to necessarily give them that elimination just yet because the World of Battle, they have the space, but it's definitely going to give them a little bit of fear, right? They're not going to want to stay there much longer. They're going to move on out of that situation, out of that position. Let's get ourselves into zone. So, like that little cheeky pick coming through. But now, question comes through. We've got Arab Golden actually holding off onto that edge line. We can see the gatekeeping RUKH just a little bit. They've had to back off, of course, from Crash Gaming. And now they have that opportunity to pick up at least eliminations in the form of RUKH. We've got NIGMA Galaxy rotating on in. And as we can see, NASR here to greet them. Already taking one. Crash with RUKH. Hello. As we pick up eliminations.
Oh, Welsh with a beautiful spray, though. Does find the trade, and this is RUKH now in trouble. Oh, come on, get it. Hey, buddy! Hey! There we go. See, this is why I love saying this player's name. It is absolutely amazing, and they also bring in quite a bit of heat and action across the way. But they're not out of the woods, because Team GQ going to come knocking on the doors. We can see AZ and the rest of the team now trying to play a bit of an advantage. Maybe a bit of that third-party play as well.
I love to see this energy moving in already. 4 eliminations here for Crash Gaming. So off of the back of a very tough Erangel, they are turning this Miramar into a potential W. VISTA, Mazzara was in a situation themselves where they were caught out, the only member alive for VISTA. This time they got the full force of VISTA Gaming to move on in to potentially take out the World of Battle. A lot of damage dealt. NASR could potentially reach in, be that saving grace for the World of Battle, but then they would be taking their focus away from NIGMA Galaxy. So not too sure if they will really be the saving grace that the World of Battle needs. But right now, GEEKAY, NIGMA in a tough situation. Just look at the angles they have to deal with the way in which NASR is holding this. They're making it so incredibly tough for teams to take this rotation safely. And this is what we are talking about. These mountainous regions, all of this line of sight, absolutely to their perfection.
I mean, and it's going to be a tough play, seeing that we have the addition of RTG holding on the side there as well, right? So, I mean, this is a very much less than ideal spot to be situated in. But speaking about that, Crash, they're going to be looking for a few opportunities as they look to move up. And this was that amazing play coming through from Crash, as we saw Walsh just dialing it in beautiful, beautiful angles. And then, of course, hey, buddy, riding that ridge, securing the spray, and there we go. Easy claps coming in, and that puts the side of Crash still on those 4 eliminations. And currently, they are our elimination leaders.
Love to see this moving in. Arab Golden once again still applying that pressure here to Brute Force as they deal with Crash Gaming. Crash already picking up another DBS in hand. Here we go. Now Crash looking to take their 5 eliminations up to such greater numbers. Loving this energy they're bringing in.
Oh, no, I'm not loving it because they're taking
Oh,
out Brute
right,
Force.
sorry.
No, down goes the Broody Fruities. Brute Force, unfortunately, caught in a very, very tough position, but it is what it is, I guess, at the end of the day. Amazing play, though, coming through from the side of Crash, already sitting up on 7 eliminations. Now, you're still going to be quite watchful for the players here from Arab Golden Galaxy. I like this elevation, good high ground positioning, and I think that is going to be quite challenging, especially looking at Triple's angle.
Let's bring it on in. Oh, continuing this. Arab Golden finally looking for their first elimination into this Miramar, applying that pressure through, but they need to get those confirmations. Triple Esports, where you at out in the open? It is so perfect here for P6 now just to continue laying down the law. That little bit of a ridgeline might be the saving grace, but for how much longer will be the question. They can just move on down, get the confirmations, and be done with it.
But I'm surprised to not see any utilities coming through there from the side of P6. I mean, one well-placed nade could at least secure those 2 eliminations, and then, of course, they still have 1 more to worry about. But for the time being, we'll just look on as Triple try to survive. But Quest now, they are also looking to get involved in a little bit of an altercation here as they do experience a little bit of that difficulty coming through from R8. But R8 pushing in behind them. Quest, ooh, this is going to be such a tough position to play from.
I'm not going to be making it any easier with those rotations now. We also have to wait to see what the zone will have to say about the situation. Quest, they already had a tougher wrangle to start with. They were getting themselves taken out 1 by 1, unfortunately. And even though there was a little bit of clapback from the players, you know, to do that damage, to potentially pick up 1 or 2 eliminations, once again, they find themselves in a 1vx scenario. At least the reach in from the surrounding teams actually puts VISTA on the turnaround. Now, if we just have the reach on in, it could be Quest picking up a little and we say goodbye to VISTA?
Wow, what an upset. I mean, R8 definitely not too happy with how that one kind of unraveled. But let's see whether or not they are going to be claiming the last elimination here. Oh, the spray comes through. Prestige goes down, but Da gets picked up. And out goes Quest. 1 elimination up. But look at R8 already sitting on 7, and that puts them side by side with the players there from Crash. Both teams just absolutely obliterating the competition here.
Yeah, look, R8's, they were the thorn in the side of both VISTA and, of course, Quest there towards that end. I mean, massive eliminations for them, already tied with Crash Gaming, who has been the other team that has been the talk of Miramar so far. We wait and see how this next rotation is going to affect the likes of RUKH and RTG as they hold onto those compounds, some of the only compounds still in the zone. And here towards the outskirts, of course, we still got plenty more altercations to go down. Arab Golden, Triple Esports still need to finish off their little bit of a onslaught that they've been going with. That ridgeline has been keeping Triple alive, but for how much longer? Hello, GQ, reaching on through to R8, giving them a taste of their own medicine.
I mean, then that is a bucket load of medicine they are receiving right then and there. But this is a good turnaround coming through for the side here of GQ as well. I mean, I gotta talk about R8 though. I mean, they are a team that's exceptional when it comes to the side of Sanhok. But seeing them perform like this on Miramar, also I think another team that has really done their homework here, because historically, Miramar wasn't one of their strongest maps, right? But this time around, they are just absolutely ripping it up. And now it is going to be Fajita to fall as Triple gets sent back empty-handed, and they don't even find a single slither of placement points to accompany that.
They really didn't have an opportunity. Like I said, they were just sitting ducks, basically. At any point, we could see Arab Golden jumping down and picking up those eliminations. AXA reaching across from the compound, securing themselves their next rotation. Arab Golden had everything going for them to pick up those eliminations. So Triple Esports, unfortunately, no opportunity there to put a words in edgewise. We'll have to wait what they do on the next map of Erangel. But then meanwhile, we still got those 10 teams fighting for the winner-winner chicken dinner already. Shots being fired through NASR, joining the table, saying hello to R8 Esports, so at least a good pickup there, but they still have to deal with the rest of the rotation.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not going to get any easier, but I'm especially keen to see what Spec and Xenox are going to be doing. Quite a formidable duo. Now, as you can see, Xenox has been brought back onto their feet, so there's still a great opportunity for a bit of that upset to come boiling on over. But NASR still holding steady. All 4 players now back in contention here. Starch starts to dodge a few hits every now and again. Oh, but the rest of the team not that fortunate as Xenox yet again gets re-knocked. But now, also, we've got NIGMA creeping into this altercation, so this is going to be upset upon upset coming through.
And I mean, for NASR, right, they had the right idea, that 2-2 split here over the Valley, if you can call it the Valley of Doom, that's what it is. But unfortunately, the Doom is going to be directed to NASR because we've just got so many teams in the vicinity going to take them out. And because of their 2-2 splits, they're not in a position to fight back. I mean, we take the World of Battle right behind them. It's R8. Right behind them, it's GQ. So it'll be Starch and J7 here for NASR to hold on down and hopefully continue the banner here for NASR into the rest of this Miramar match. But now, the World of Battle not out of the woods just yet.
Oh, yep, they're going to have to account for a few things at this point. As you can see, they are absolutely bombarded. R8 now also feeling that feeling that pressure come through. Fortunately, they were able to send Ida further into that zone. And a nice little bit of a saving grace coming through on that end. Prestige now just rolling up on that monster truck. But look at GQ AZ getting found. Tofi holding steady. Korka also looking for a bit of an opportunity, but it's just smoke all over the place. And this is now where the world of battle step on in. And with that, they absolutely obliterate the side of Team GQ.
Oh, we love to see that. Now the turnaround is here. R8, I mean, they started off so strong. I mean, already up to 8 eliminations, but the World Battle, they hold their ground not far off with 7. Crash Gaming still up ahead with 9. We've got heavy hitters once again making such beautifully bold statements here on towards Miramar. This is what we love to see. A little bit of spacing, that little bit of extra time to make those decisions is resulting in a wild scoreboard, GEEKAY. And let me tell you now, as we continue this, Ra'ad looking for Road to Glory.
Ooh, come on, get it, get it, get it. Nassau, where's it gonna go? Fado just cooking up a bit of a molly there. It's just to add that cherry on top, and it will serve them justice as it does find Rio, that health bar really dropping on down, but RTG now having to heavily defend this position because looking at the approach coming through from Ra'ad, already looking super eager to kind of make up for the performance on Erangel.
Oh, you would like to. You definitely would like to, but these nades from RTG might be shutting them down just for a little bit of a longer time. Of course, the reach in now from Arab Golden, they're going to be hearing all of this commotion. They feel like they want a piece of it. Ra'ad still holding on to the situation, but they are outside of the compound. They are outside of cover. And of course, at any moment in time, you can either have Arab or GK reach in and take them out. So they might be looking for rotation. If not, they need to take the compound as soon as possible away from R2G.
Yeah, I think the upset coming through from the side of GK is going to be a little bit more challenging, especially looking at their positioning. But, I mean, Arab Golden Galaxy, there's a big possibility for that to potentially come through right here. So whichever way Ra'ad and RTG are going to be looking to settle this, they need to act super, super quickly because they're not going to have a lot of opportunity left as soon as the players there from Arab Golden move in. But Zuxi, ooh, now just trying to clear out the way, popping off a few shots onto GK and also turning their attention onto the side there of AXA. And I mean, this is just now trying to, you know, alleviate a little bit of that pressure coming on towards them.
It's not going to stop anytime soon, at least until they reposition, right? So even if they continue to hold off for now against Arab Golden, against R2G, maybe even against surrounding teams that might reach in and throw a couple of shots in, they are still on the outskirts. They still have their back to the zone, and they have to focus on that rotation. That rotation moves in and just forces the issue. They have to leave this area. They have to get themselves out of this one. But how do they do that? And this is what I was talking about. We've got NIGMA Galaxy already looking at GK Esports. We've got teams all around the map reaching in wherever they want to. I mean, look at NIGMA just looking at, like I said, the team of Ra'ad and R2G. So yes, they might not be pushed directly by the players, but they are shots that are going to force them into a corner if they try and make that rotation, and their time is running out.
And I mean, especially looking at the positioning coming through on the edge while we look at the replay here, I think NIGMA, R8, and potentially even the side there of Crash, they've got a phenomenal setup. But of course, there's going to be Crash now rushing up into R8 Prestige. Just ripping it up, already securing themselves 12 eliminations. Absolutely insane. And this is where the kicker now comes through, because I think it's going to be between the side of Crash and NIGMA to at least secure that Eastern position, because playing for elevation, especially looking at the zone, that is going to be absolutely golden, right? That is the real estate to hold at this point.
Love to see this. Moving on in our zone, still centering up. We've got Arab Golden here towards the northern side, already making their presence known, trying to take as much territory as possible. RUKH, that late rotation comes in. They lose 2 players on the onslaught, but they still managed to, I think, keep at least 1. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, this is going to be tough. GEEKAY now joining the party. NIGMA joining the party. Everyone looking to take all of the players here towards that western side out for the count. Do not let them into the zone.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that one. And of course, another team that is not going to be let into the zone is going to be the side there of NASR and R8, as both of them now get backed up and shipped out. But NIGMA doing some really hard work, at least trying to clear up that eastern side. But now RUKH down to a 2-piece. Oh, scratch that. Down to a bubble, as they've now just run into so much aggression getting sent to them. But of course, NIGMA, this is the opportunity to capitalize. As you can see, the rest of the teams just jigging out, battling relentlessly for that beautiful bit of open ground. And NIGMA, they're just sitting here, just picking off whoever comes in to render.
Love to see this. Holding on GEEKAY Esports, just waiting for some movement here from R2G. They know their time is numbered. Look at them crammed into the corner here of this compound, the only corner that still has a little bit of safety, that still has a little bit of room to breathe. But as soon as they peek on that corner, hello, knock, knock, it's Arab Golden who are here to take you out. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a fun time. I don't see them getting out of this one safely.
I mean, they might get out, but that might also be a very quick and hastily rotation back into the lobby, right? Because we got so many sights pointed right at this position, so it is going to be quite trying. But of course, over up towards that eastern side of zone, it's still going to be Arab Golden and the side of NIGMA battling for contention. Up comes GEEKAY for a bit of an upset. Gate now not even sending it through with that M24. Instead, they are going to be locking it in with the M4 itself. But up comes the shot. It is going to be Lord now, absolutely crazy with that Mini 14, looking for hit markers everywhere they can find them. And this is RTG now in such a devastating position. I don't see any green grass on the opposite end of this. Well, also kind of it is a desert, so it makes sense. But either which way, RUKH trying to mentor their teammates, trying to pick them up. And speaking about picking them up, NIGMA, they're out. Down they go at 5th place, only 4 elims.
Not the performance we would want to see, but we are down to our top 3 teams, if you can call it that. Unfortunately, R2G, they are still just bleeding into this next round, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. They have a little bit of a ridgeline, but it's still the zone. The zone is just the killing factor here for R2G. As they crawl on up, well, it's lo and behold GEEKAY or Arab Golden that are here ready and waiting to take them out for the count. As we take a look at it, Arab Golden from the northern side, they have so much space to work with. They've got great numbers. R2G might be the only team that could stand up against those numbers, but they have to get themselves out of the situation. And GEEKAY, GEEKAY's down to 1. What are they supposed to do here?
Well, it's a little bit of deja vu, a little bit of deja vu coming through. Arab Golden and GEEKAY again making it up into that top 3, but we have the nice addition of nobody else holding on to this. So the top 2 being the same, coming through from Erangel, moving over into Miramar. But it's not been settled just yet, right? We are looking at a 3 versus 1 potentially. Oh, will Ragnar get it? Come on, no! Arab Golden,
no sir,
securing their second winner chicken dinner of the day.
You know, when you were saying about the Miramar teams, you were talking about RUKH Esports, you were talking about Brute Force, and I said, I said Arab Golden Galaxy over towards PMPL Africa, they with the Miramar Kings, and here they go, not only reproducing their Erangel performances, but also their Miramar performances, a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner, and this is that consistency of Arab Golden that we were alluding to in their previous season, picking up those 79 bonus points. There's a reason for that, right? It's because of performances like this one.
I mean, it's insane, right? This is absolutely insane, but of course, no surprise, right? It is Arab Golden Galaxy at the end of the day. We saw what they did when they stepped into PMPL Africa for the first time, right? Absolutely insane play that they brought in. But of course, well, we want to see how they're going to carry this one forward. Of course, now looking at our MVPs, our match report is going to be Ragnar securing themselves the greatest distance travel, but prestige though, coming in with the most eliminations and the longest hit, 395 meter shot. Absolutely insane. But of course, Lord doing Lord things here, coming in with the highest damage. And this is pretty consistent, at least coming through from Lord, you know, hitting these numbers.
Oh, I mean, it's wild. I mean, we can understand why R8 Esports were one of those teams to pick up the most eliminations going into this matchup. We had Crash Gaming also just performing absolutely beautifully, but unfortunately, it's the individuals that shine, and so far, Crash Gaming needs to do a little bit more to just outdo R8 Esports. But it's been a really close battle. I mean, just to see those rotations coming through, and NIGMA Galaxy, I mean, for Lord to be able to do that damage in the situation they found themselves up against NASR in the trenches, literally fighting uphill battles and still managing to pick up that damage, that is quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it is super impressive to look at. But you know what's also quite impressive? Taking a look at the match rankings. So let's see these points. Arab Golden again with the 19 points. I mean, you want to talk about consistency? Yeah, sure, it's only been 2 matches, but dang, that looks quite consistent. And again, the team taking the second slot on the standings here, coming through with, you know, 13 plus elims. I mean, R8 13. The previous match was Vision sitting on 14. So there's something cooking, right? Is there something happening out on the battlefield? And I'm quite excited to see what exactly that will be.
It's very spicy. The fact that we're seeing a lot more of a distributed scoreboard right into the second match after such top-heavy Erangel is also just a great sign of the competition and the level of competition that we're seeing in the MEA Championship. So already adapting, already bringing in that energy, it's so good to see because it means that the rest of the matches are obviously going to be super interesting for us to watch and experience. But we can take a look at that second page, obviously with such still quite top-heavy, but in a different way of that first page. The second page is going to be at least providing some donuts here for our teams there of Triple Esports, Vision, Brute Force, and RUKH Esports. And we mentioned RUKH Esports as one of the Miramar, you know, heavy hitters of PMPL Africa. Look at this. They were one of the first teams to get taken out.
Yeah, I mean, so now here comes the question, right? Are we going to bring back the donut shop? Because, you know, we've got 4 potential customers lining up on that one. As you can see, Triple Vision, Brood, and RUKH Esports. I mean, that is, of course, you know, the inevitable. We are going to see that come through at one point. But, I mean, that was a very spicy and super exciting Miramar to come in. I mean, who would have thought that R8, a team that is exceptionally strong when it comes to the side of Sanhok, would be performing like this when it comes to Miramar? I mean, that is the first Erangel, first Miramar of the day, done and dusted. We can only look forward to see what they'll bring in the coming matches.
I can tell you now, just the fact that we're seeing these teams picking up such an incredible pacing, as we can take a look at the highlights, it really goes to show the competition. It really goes to show the hard work that they put in behind the scenes to bring this level still in such a tough competition. And I mean, we have to give praise where praise is due. We did not underestimate the teams when we talked about how incredible they've been in the previous seasons, and that coming through back into the MEA Championship, they were going to once again step it up into the next level.
I mean, it's insane, right? But we were kind of hoping for this to come in, and that is exactly what the teams are delivering on. And I mean, of course, day one is, I would say, almost the most laid-back day out of the 4, right? Because it's only going to get more and more challenging as the teams progress further and further through. And I mean, if this is the momentum that these teams are starting the championship with, I don't even want to think of what day 4 could even bring.
And they're just going to keep going. I mean, just literally finding small, tiny pixels just to take you out. It is the level of competition these teams have to deal with. And yeah, that's the situation of RTG and Ra'ad finding themselves from that rotation of the compound. As you can see, it was impossible. There was no, even though they had the better numbers, they somehow managed to get 4 of their players out of that compound into the ridgeline. There was no going back. There was no moving forward from that point. But Arab Golden, the back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner in the first 2 maps. I mean, come on.
Well, we got to do this now, right? We got to keep track of Africa versus Arabia, right? So that is Africa so far sitting on
Africa's
2 winner-winner chicken dinners. Arabia yet to find a chicken dinner. Who knows? Maybe that could come through in our next match, which is of course going to be over on Erangel. But only time will tell, right? There is still so much to see, so much more to happen here. And of course, I mean, what more could we ask for, right? Absolutely phenomenal way to kick off this championship. I mean, I remember the last championship was exciting, but I don't think it was this exciting right on the very first day.
Nah, it's impossible to have the teams going to such a level so early on. The fact that they're already getting used to the competition, this new level of competition, and they are just thriving in it is absolutely fantastic. But we're going to take a short break while we get ready for the next map, which is of course going to be Erangel. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East Championship. Middle East Africa, MEA, right? I got to include all the letters in that one. But yeah, welcome back. This is our Spring Championship. And of course, already the first 2 maps off to an absolutely spicy start. And I'm quoting someone that's sitting over on this side who said that. And, yeah, very, very accurate. So if I do this, then I'm going to be looking straight at you and saying, yes, it has been super exciting looking at what these teams have been bringing through so far. And of course, that's only the first 2 maps done. We still have 4 more games to work our way through. And of course, next up, we are going to be heading straight back into Erangel, the bread and butter. I'm so happy I can say that without stuttering now. But either which way, right? So we saw what the first game brought in is. What do you think we are going to be having come through in game number 3?
You know, we after Erangel, we're like, great. You know, this is a good start for Arab Golden because we got 3 Erangels today. So if they can do it again on the next Erangel, you know, they got a bit of a back to, you know, win a chicken dinner, and then they go in Miramar and they win again anyway. So yeah, look, all that I can say is that we need more teams like R8 Esports picking up these insane numbers. I mean, the fact that we saw R8 Esports all of these eliminations, and they weren't even the team that won. I mean, they got 1 placement point for all of their efforts, and they managed to pick up such a wild 13 elimination count. If we can have more teams picking up that energy, then maybe that's enough to start Arab. Maybe.
I mean, that puts them already on 17 eliminations for the day so far, right? Only 1 elim behind Arab Golden, so that is pretty crazy. And of course, our live rankings right there on the left-hand side of the screen. So Arab Golden already sitting on 38 points. That is 19 times twice, which gives you that figure. Then, of course, Crash, Vision, R8 just trailing behind them. GEEKAY also still pretty close. But we want to see the teams a little bit lower down, right? Like Quest, NASR, Triple, as well as the Broody Fruities. Brute Force stepping up and maybe, you know, show a little bit of some out on that battlefield. But of course, now looking at the flight path, it's not going to be the easiest one to play through, but also still at the same time, not the toughest one. But as sometimes when we see this flight path, we have a southern zone come through. So who knows, right? I'm not going to say anything. I'm just saying sometimes that is the case, right? We'll find out soon enough where it is going to be going. But let's see how these teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated this time around.
I would like to say sometimes, but I know in PMPL Africa it was many times. Many times. And now we're just going to add another time onto it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, here we go. Military base island. I should be more excited, but I've seen it so much in PMPL Africa that now it's getting boring. Okay? I'm kidding. No. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. These teams now have to take a wild rotation on into the south. We already saw some teams favoring that military base rotation early on. R2G, not a surprise to see them over towards Novo. But of course now, they have to greet their new neighbors. They have to greet the new visitors that will be joining them over towards the military base.
Pick a name, pick a number, right? That is essentially what we're going to have to deal with at this point. Because already we see Bisc there from VISTA dropping a little bit hot. I wouldn't say too hot, but, you know, hot is hot down onto the side there of Triple. So there could be a little bit of excitement there. But VISTA actually quite emboldened as they do secure the first knock coming through onto the side of Quest, or rather at the expense of Quest. But let's see if Bisc is going to risk it though, because that is not the most ideal situation to play in. At least though, that nade finds the point, and that is going to be the first knock secured. Well, actually the second knock coming in. So, I mean, VISTA already off to a great start.
What we love to see, but now bringing in, you know, as we've brought Erangel back, it means we've brought the wild early eliminations, the wild early hot drops, the wild, really, the wild melee kills.
I mean,
that's
Santa
one way to get rid of someone.
Yeah, Santa could have used the pan, but you know that's not the thing.
Machete.
So, yes, machete. That's it, right? Just go out there, get swinging. You know, at least they could say, you know, they got to it quite chop, right? I mean, they didn't waste much time. They just swung in there and boom, Bob's your uncle. Job done.
Yeah, quick and fast. We like it. It's what you have to be on Erangel. As we know, the rotations were quite wild in the first iteration. This one's not going to be any exception because of purely the placement of the zone and with that flight path combination. So Triple Esports at least already taking the rotation out, trying to keep their numbers in check as much as they possibly can. Thor still going to be stuck here with Icy trying to make something happen in this scenario. They've only got one of Vista Gaming up close and personal, but the rest are already rotated on in, trying to back up their teammates. So if they do take this altercation on a full force of 2 versus the rest of Vista, it's going to be a tough battle to get themselves out.
Yeah, and I mean, I was just about to say that, you know, Vista, I was a little bit worried because Bisk was, you know, pretty lonesome, but fortunately it does seem like the cavalry has arrived. And now they can really face off against the side here of Triple. I see, though, a very bold position right there on the front line. Fortunately, I'm not quite sure whether or not Vista are aware of that angle, but GEEKAY now also just looking for the opportunities. And I think this is a healthy altercation coming through between both these teams, as we are yet to see Triple kind of bring in that dominating play, right? They currently, as you can see at the top of the screen, of course, sitting with only 4 points, right? That's it. They need more.
They do need more. They need to bring in that energy if they want to be able to catch up to the rest of the teams that have already laid down the law in terms of points. You can see Fahita already trying to hold the line, give themselves that spacing with a nade. Nice peek on time to pick up one. Almost transfers to the second. Does enough damage though. Now the rest of the team needs to move in and back them up.
Oh, but it's a healthy trade on either side, right? This is going to be the push. Now let's see what GEEKAY is going to bring on here. It's a boot though. Locking it in, getting those hits delivered. Old boy needs to patch up and quick fast because, I mean, that health is just one little cough away from the lobby. And they don't have meds. They have nothing. So this is going to be a very daring push coming through. But let's see. Maybe old boy can find a little bit of some over here, over there. Is it going to happen though? Oh, no. There's the answer. Triple. Well, they get dealt a doozy.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there with Triple Esports because they had all 4 of their players in that same compound, basically surrounding Bisk while Vista was still rotating in, right? So for a moment, it was a 1v4 in favor of Triple Esports. Then they backed off with that 2-2 split. I thought they were disengaging. The rest of Vista moved in. They took the fight, but they took the fight too late. Unfortunately, the 2 that had rotated out weren't in the position to back up their teammates, and that's why we saw ultimately Triple Esports bowing out of this Erangel. So it's very unfortunate. I don't know if it was a little bit of a hesitation, just the way in which Vista rotated in with such speed that caught them off guard, but let's hope they bring it back for the next map. Meanwhile, taking a look at it, Vista already with 5 eliminations, and it's been a couple of seconds into the Erangel. It really hasn't been that much time, so I'd love to see who else is going to be catching up to them, picking up those eliminations, picking up that ferocity that they're bringing in to the Erangel.
I mean, again, so let's put this into perspective quick fast, right? So Vista in one move doubled their points, right? They jumped from 11th to 8th. Just like that.
Course.
Boom, they
Easy.
went from 5 points to 10 points, you know, not taking names, taking numbers. They took nothing. All they took was elims, and that's it, right? So a very aggressive start coming through there from the side of Vista. But I want to see Vista and Vision get into, you know, a bit of an altercation, right? Speaking about altercations, though, Quest! Ooh! Ugh, getting done dirty here as RUKH now just comes rushing in onto them. And, well, fortunately for Quest, I mean, they still have Dar left, which is all the way back outside the zone, still on that island, right? Up north. So, Quest, this is going to be a very interesting play coming through for the rest of the game. Speaking about interesting, though, RTG going to be falling to Arab Golden.
You know, DK, we were talking about how we're going to continuously refer to this head-to-head between Africa and Arabia, and I'm just going to say it now. We got Vista, we've got Arab Golden, we got RUKH Esports just flying the Africa flag, if there was a significant flag, high. Honestly, they are bringing in such an insane performance that everyone has to give a little bit of respect now over towards Africa, right? Because these teams are proving why this region has just brought the talent, has brought that sort of energy. So my Africa heart is very happy right now, so they can continue being this aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, might as well, right? Might as well. Like, Yeah.
I had to be a little biased.
I mean, sure, we'll allow it on day number 1, but what we also allow is a very exciting shift that is going to come through here as both bridges are in play. I like that you can call it a late rotation coming through from R8. Brute Force as well as GK, and then we can add in the players there from the World of Battle. So 4 teams yet to kind of get themselves secured coming into this next phase. So I think that is going to allow for quite a bit of an excitement, especially on those coastlines. But I'm also particularly looking at the bridges, right? This Eastern Bridge, I think a big majority of those gatekeeps or bridge camps, they've kind of passed now, right? But Arab Golden still a good opportunity here. We got Vision also just pushing further and further up towards the coastline. But up north, though, it's going to be GK and Brute Force fighting out in the blue. And this is not the spot that you want to be settling any differences.
No, you don't really have that spacing to work with here, and the rotation still needs to be made. You still need to get yourself into the zone and hopefully set up. I mean, what a rotation, eh? All the way from Rozhok on towards that military base island. Hopefully they get moving soon, honestly, because we still got the World of Battle to join them, and those are the 3 teams that are still out in the blue, still out making those rotations happen. You got R8 and Quests just on the outskirts of the zone, look for their opportunity in. Ra'ad still finishing things up there with R2G. In the meanwhile, we've got Vision just reaching on into GQ. We can see that repeat there. Just of RUKH Esports moving on in, finding Quest and taking numbers here, DK.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, that is what we want to see, though. And of course, Vision, I mean, the last time we saw them, they had 14 eliminations. So let's see how it's going to run this time around. I mean, a nice little bit of a setup that they've got, especially on the northern coastline. I mean, there's a lot of ridges to try and utilize. So I'm curious to see how this opportunity is going to pan out. But there's a lot of teams yet to trickle on through, and that could add that extra little bit of pressure coming through on towards Vision. I'm not quite sure whether or not they're actually going to be able to pick up anything with regards to GQ. Speaking about GQ, though, the World of Battle. Ooh, so close to zone, but still so far away.
Yeah, and they will be taking that rotation right behind NASR Esports. So a lot of these shoulder-to-shoulder rotations that's been happening, especially with the World of Battle and NASR. So hopefully they'll be able to settle their differences before they go and try and take a late rotation into the zone. Blue zone fighting, as we said, it's not the best place to settle your differences. And for the World of Battle, they've just been rotating this Erangel so far. That's all they've been able to do. They took a little bit more time to get themselves looted up, which I think was the right idea, considering how much rotation, how much time they're not really wasting, but they have no choice but using 4 rotations, getting themselves into position. NIGMA Galaxy, you're talking about the little bit of a bridge camping. You're talking about how most of the teams have probably moved off by now. NIGMA said no. NIGMA said we are waiting.
Yeah, I mean, that was with regards to the Eastern Bridge, and now with the zone kind of centering up on the Western Bridge, there's a great opportunity for them. And of course, NIGMA, they're not going to say no to any of those opportunities, but they got to watch out because we got VISTA just holding up behind them. And of course, now over on this Eastern Bridge, you can see the players there from NASR rolling on through, R8 coming through on the West, and this is Lord again doing some Lord things here. I'm not quite sure whether or not RUKH is going to be able to get off this bridge in one piece.
I love that spray control coming through. NIGMA Galaxy, hello. This is the NIGMA Galaxy we've been waiting for. All for their performance in the PMPL Arabia finals. This is more the energy we would expect, the prowess that they're showing here. Loving it. And taking out R8 Esports off of the bat of such a wild elimination run that they had on Miramar. Look how the tables have turned. Look how they have to just turn and run away from the situation.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough. But let's see. NIGMA, it seems like they've got this bridge under control. I mean, we can still see GK rather, and Quest maybe opting for the bridge, or they could just be opting for the drink. But Rauf, they want to lock it down, right? They want to find that final player, the final piece standing between them and full possession of that bridge. It does seem like VISTA, they've slightly disengaged, but GQ, they've now also crept even closer, so there could be a great bit of continuity coming through once this bridge play really comes to an end.
Yeah, Ragnarok. I don't know how they're going to get themselves out of the situation. Maybe the timing will work out and they can get that opportunity, they can make that move on in. But past that point, past this bridge, where do they go from there? Got a few more rotations heading through. The World of Battle and NASR have, for the time being, let each other's differences go. We saw NASR moving through across that bridge line. They're at least onto the military base island, but Brute Force and the World of Battle, we can't unfortunately say the same for them. Oh, and Quest Esports, I mean, it's been a tough day for them so far. These last 3 maps, they've just been getting taken apart bit by bits, and now we once again have to say goodbye to them so early on. It's so uncharacteristic.
Yeah, it's a tough play though. I mean, they tried, right? They gave it their best, but unfortunately it wasn't in the cards. What is on the cards though is still a bucket load of carnage, as we still have 14 teams and 49 players all positioned across this map. The World of Battle now getting even closer to getting out of that blue juice, but it is still a long trek. And I'm actually worried as they come in following this path, they are going to be rotating up right alongside the players there from Crash, right? So they could be a potential setup coming through there.
Ooh, I would love to see this Crash. We saw just how aggressive they were able to be in the previous maps, especially over towards that Miramar. It was wild. Now they might have that opportunity, but the zone is going to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works. Moving up towards that northern side is going to give that sigh of relief to RUKH, who's still hiding on the bridge, just because NIGMA has done this to them. Got GEEKAY Esports, who still have to make the rotation in, so they also have a bit more of space to work with. But that also means we cut down the available space of this final few zones in half with all the water coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a pretty tough one with that limited ground control available. And I was talking about the World of Battle and Crash, and this is exactly what's happening here as Crash now look to get the jump, but World of Battle just building up some crazy momentum. Unfortunately, they are looking pretty grim when it comes to those health bars, but up comes the final play here. Bam, bam, bam! And that is going to be a buddy sending the World of Battle backing. Now they need to focus their butts back onto that zone, right? Because it's going to be a very tough rotation to come through, especially looking at the number of teams we still have, well, in the vicinity. But I'm looking especially down on towards that eastern mound that we've got in zone. I think that could also be quite a beautiful controlling position to move in towards. I mean, NIGMA not so far away from that, but currently playing it a little bit more spread out, right? Trying to cover as much ground in anticipation of teams moving in.
Love to see this. Again, a lot of spacing given to these teams with the rotations they've been managing to take so far. NIGMA Galaxy very spread apart for me as well. I hope they would be regrouping a little bit sooner, because we still have a little bit more chaos to unfold. As we can see, Crash Gaming now running into this zone as fast as they possibly can, trying to get themselves a position here towards that coastal line as well, so they'll be able to have a little bit more breathing room, at least knowing that no one's really going to be coming through from the water line for the time being. NIGMA Galaxy sending some beautiful nades over towards RUKH, and once again, RUKH, this is a tough position. They have a bit of that flanking angle. They have a little bit of that far away safety, but they are up close and personal with a lot of grenades that NIGMA have at their disposal.
Yeah, Enigmas, they still have that elevation to try and utilize here. So, you know, it's going to be a tough play though, but Zuxi going to cook it up. Looks to send it in. Will it find any damage? Nothing that we can see, at least for the time being. Oh, speak of which, there we go. Zuxi does find the play, and that is Rauf almost getting sent all the way over onto Sanhok as that nade just pops in their face. But of course now Coops and Lord, right, just going to be just disengaging, getting themselves situated a little bit more securely within that zone. And this now opens up the opportunity for Ra'ad to come in and just clean up, right, securing those eliminations. And in doing so, they reduce the side of NIGMA down to a 2-piece.
Yeah, that spread up approach from them. Again, it's off of the bat of so much success that they've had on that bridge, camping it out, getting all of those picks from R8, and then with the rotation that's followed, unfortunately not quite following suit, not quite following that success. I mean, we can say the same for Vision, who started off the day with such a strong presence, who now seem to be falling apart just slightly because of these rotations. And again, there's part to play in the RNG, there's part to play in the choices they've been making, but they still have an opportunity to lock this one down, but it's going to come down to their engagement here up against, of course, we can see Brute Force, who've moved on into that eastern side, and maybe a little bit of a sprinkle of NASR in the form of Xenox. But as we take a look at it, Arab Golden now need to get themselves into zone.
Yeah, they definitely do, and they've got quite a few hurdles to work through, as we do see G now getting spotted. Down they go. RUKH reduced down to a 2-piece, and it's not going to be an easy one to contest. As we can see, Arab Golden now rushing forward. P6 up on the ridge. Oh, come on, Pusher, hold it, hold it. This is going to be a tough angle. And of course, I mean, not only do they have the team right up ahead of them to worry about, but also all the teams within the zone. So you can see a lot of that edge play now coming through here as Arab Golden are looking for the opportunity. Rami holding steady. I like this approach. Oh, but yeah, still gotta watch out for those nades. Ooh. Yeah, I thought there for a quick second that they might have the element of surprise, but the shots are going to come flying in from all over the place now. Ra'ad rushing in, going to be looking to clean it up, going to be looking to capitalize, already sitting on 5 eliminations. Will they find any more? Now turning their focus onto the side of Arab Golden as VISTA gets shipped on out, but the pressure is on. The spray is there. It is going to be Zuxi to nail that hit in, and off goes Arab Golden Galaxy, getting sent away with 6 eliminations to their name. But it's far from over. We still have 8 teams left. We still have 24 players left to decide who's going to be taking this next Winner Winner Chicken Dinner.
I got so excited with that reaction there from Ra'ad that I muted my mic. I'm so good at this. But now we take a look at the energy now. That all of a sudden, off the back of a little bit of a coincidence, but a very good opportunity for Ra'ad to pick up those eliminations, has set themselves up now for this next zone. Massive eliminations that they're going to be adding to the counts. Of course, it's not over, right? We've got NASR up in the zone, trying to scout out a position here. We've got the rest of Ra'ad who still have to make that rotation, but it is going to be in the line of sights of RUKH Esports. So we're talking about it. Vision with that sprinkle of NASR in the middle, having to hold up against it, but they turn it around so beautifully. So even though they were in such a tough position, I said it, if they could turn this one around, if they could sort of just settle down and get themselves back into those winning shoes, we could still be seeing a beautiful showing here from Vision Esports, and they made that happen.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity is definitely there. So it's all going to come down to how they're going to be playing these next few moments. Speaking about moments, though, we got Gaith and Hope playing a bit of a 2-2 split there. We got Santa and Ragnar also going for the split on the opposite end. And that could be a great opportunity maybe now to constrict that opportunity down onto the side there of GQ. And who knows, even maybe NIGMA.
Let's take these rotations in. Ra'ad now moving in from that southern side. They've managed for now to avoid RUKH Esports, but time will only tell if that's going to be the story as we move into this next phase. GEEKAY now moving swiftly from that western side. The splits that they are trying to take might work out in their favor, but it's unfortunately going to come with a timer now. With that zone moving towards the center, they have to move past GQ and NIGMA Galaxy respectively as quickly as possible for fear of being stuck here out into the zone outside of the next phase. We still have quite a few more teams who are in very similar positions, needing to find a better position. And again, I mean, this is all happening on the coastline. There's not a lot of room to work with here.
Well, let's see how this is going to play out, because, I mean, that coastline looking pretty open at this point, but still a heavily contested western side having to be played.
Going to be a tough time, but as we take a look at it, GEEKAY Esports now moving on in from that western side, now engrossing the likes of GQ as they hold onto the compound. Once again, a very repeat scenario of what we saw in that first Erangel. It's GQ, it's GK. They're doing this on purpose to me because I have to say these letters so quickly, and I know that I'm going to mess up, so just deal with it for now. But we're going to be sprinkling in NIGMA Galaxy into the mix, as well as Ra'ad look on to see what they can pick off as the stragglers have to move into the zone. GEEKAY Esports, the timing is on them. Their backs are to the wall first. Their backs are to that blue zone. They have to make a move here. They have to either take a dash or they need to fight their way through 3 teams just to get an opportunity into this next phase. But Crash Gaming as well now making an approach. Hey, buddy. Oh, that is cheeky. Just taking a little bit of a peek through into GEEKAY is going to pay for it, unfortunately. And we will be saying very swiftly goodbye to one of the members here of Crash. But for now, all of this is going to break apart as GEEKAY and GQ are going to have to fight it out just to get a piece into this next phase, just to get themselves some safety. Oh, this is not going to be easy for the surrounding teams. Ra'ad already up with 7 eliminations. Vision up with 6. You've got plenty more to dish out. Enigma Galaxy wants a piece of it. We say goodbye to RUKH Esports as they can't quite deal with that Eastern rotation. Vision now moving in as well, trying to take a piece here of Ra'ad. GEEKAY still trying to lock this one down against GQ. Already taken down 2, looking for that final. Hit through the smokes. A lot of damage dealt, but they just can't quite get the vision to work with it here. And now the blue zone to move it on up. Oh, it's fantastic from Ragnar to hold on and to actually keep GK Esports into this one as you say goodbye to GQ. But it's not over just yet. We still have the likes of Ra'ad. We still have a little bit of a sprinkling of opposition that they have to deal with. NIGMA Galaxy going to be sending through a few welcoming nades. Make their mark. The damage is dealt. Oh, this is so tough. I mean, we basically just said goodbye to 3 teams in a matter of seconds. And this is all off of the bat of that zone rotation, off of that zone shift. What else can they do in this situation? Ragnar off the back with such a beautiful clutch. Unfortunately, not in position to take it further. We've got Enigma Galaxy running off with 2. Ra'ad coming through now from that southern side, completely unscathed. They've just been keeping quiet. They've just been watching all of this unfold up ahead of them. And now we have to wait and see what else they can do as they take that rotation on in. We've got Brute Force. DK is going to be very happy about that. Brute Force coming through from that northern side. Really allowing an opportunity here for them to give a good running for this winner-winner chicken dinner. It's going to come down to the timing, though. Again, they got the coastline behind them. So for Enigma Galaxy, they don't really have to worry about anyone else coming from behind them. They've done enough for now to give themselves that spacing. Crash Gaming out in the center right next to that care package will hopefully give them a little bit of cover. This one's not going to be easy for them to break down.
Ooh, there's going to be a lot of breakdown that has to come through at this point, though. I mean, Brute Force, this could be their opportunity. This could be that play to come in. I mean, Ra'ad down on that southern side, NIGMA all the way over on that far western side. This is a great opportunity now for Brute Force just locked in on target, just bully their way into the zone. But still, there's a few hurdles to work their way through, right? I like the setup for Ra'ad. I mean, we got Reno and NASR a little bit separated, but there could still be an opportunity, for that spray to come in. But looking at Jafar, the answer is going to be no, as that nade does secure the angle, and NASR now trying to play the angle up onto Lord, gets the confirmation, but it's going to be Coops now just hugging that edge of zone.
This is going to be an interesting one. Ra'ad have definitely been making a statement. They've already picked up those 10 eliminations, but now they've just been reduced down to one hopeful for the side of Crash Gaming and Enigma Galaxy as well. It is Brute Force all the way, DK.
Well, let's see what is going to be coming in here. Brute Force just holding steady. I mean, 7 eliminations up. That is a very, very tough spot. Oh, NASR goes down, but at least 10 eliminations being picked up by the side there of Ra'ad. A beautiful finish as they get sent out in 4th. Now, it's going to be that final push, that final play. It is going to be a 1v1v4 in favor of Brute Force. And, I mean, at this point, it might be safe to say that Brute Force could potentially be the team to win a chicken dinner. But we've seen this go south many, many times before, and now it is up to Coops having to defend against the entirety of the Brute Force squad as they now come moving in. Already, Coops are sitting with those 3 elims for the team, contributing to the 4 that they have in total. And I don't see Coops having an easy run through this, but it is Coops at the end of the day. It could still swing either which way as Ado takes a bit of damage. There we go, Freepod are trying to bring in that reinforcement, but will they get the job done though? And this is the opportunity now for Neos and Zakaria to come flanking up. As we can see, Zakaria out in the open, so this could still go in favor of Coops.
Oh, I mean, if there ever was a player that you'd want as your final member, as your final hope into this final, it will be Coops. But how can they make this one happen?
Wow, Coops! No! Down they go, Neos! Sneaking in the nade to close it off. But I mean, what an absolutely phenomenal performance that was coming through from Coops. I mean, that was really, really close. It could have gone in a completely different direction, but the Broody Fruities, Brute Force, come in with the double-digit elims, a healthy dose of damage, and of course, that lovely winner chicken dinner now being secured next to the name. Absolutely amazing play coming through on game number 3.
I'm telling you, DK, you must have been so happy when you saw Brute Force were just left to their own devices in those final zones. But again, that zone that zone rotation on its own caused so much chaos. It caused so much onslaught from the teams, especially from that western side, all the rotations that they had to make, the back-to-back craziness. But we can take a look at that match report to see exactly how wild it went. I mean, honestly, I think the zone has to be the MVP here.
Yes, I mean, the Blue Zone, aka Chuck Norris, right, has a reputation, right, a reputation that they need to uphold. But an absolutely phenomenal performance coming through there from Neos and Zakaria, representing for the side of Brute Force. Coops, of course, no surprise to see the highest damage being secured on that end. But Zuxi, right, that nade. The nade we were talking about just happening close to the end of this match. I mean, that was almost like a no-look nade getting sent out there. An absolutely amazing play coming through from Zuxi. But we got to give it to Axa, though. 404 meters. I mean, it's not the craziest one that we've seen coming through between these two regions for distance, but still an absolutely phenomenally ranged hit coming in.
Look, I mean, there's been some nutty shots today so far. We've already set the bar a little bit high, I think, with the previous PMPLs, as you said, and with that wild shot on towards Miramar. So it is okay, but let's go take a look at the total damage that was dealt. I mean, honestly, if we looked at it, right, we saw the likes of, teams like RUKH picking up those 10 eliminations, and looking at the damage dealt, you would have thought that would have been, it, but no, Brute Force just towards the end. I mean, this is a beautiful showing from our winner chicken dinner winners to pick up the better damage numbers as well as similar eliminations. I mean, this is really what a winner looks like.
Yeah, but you got to give it to RUKH as well, right? Also coming through with the exact same eliminations, but doing so with less damage, right? So the conversion rate much, much stronger. But of course, now let's take a look at the highlights from this past match.
Yeah, look, this match was a bit of a spicy one, so I think whoever has to pick the highlights, they had their work cut out for them. Honestly, again, the zone always just provides so much chaos for these teams. I mean, you can just take a look at how many clustered battles they had to take just to survive, just to move into the next phase.
I mean, that's what I like so much about seeing these two regions compete. I mean, it was absolutely sweaty on either side, right? PMPL Arabia, PMPL Africa, very, very exciting. But now having the best of both worlds competing here in the championship, I mean, this is just taking the performances to an absolute next level. And I mean, everyone is stepping up. Like, we were talking about the statistics that we saw come through from those respective PMPLs, right? We essentially have to throw all of those out the window because the teams keep on stepping up, right? Teams that were holding back, even in the finals, now come through in the championship, and they're like, you know what? We are just gonna, create an entirely new thing at this stage. And I mean, I'm loving it. It's absolutely amazing.
I think what's the most exciting part for me is we always had that comparison between Arabia and Africa. Africa being one of the newer regions that has been added to the circuit, and for them now to be able to actually be in a position where they can catch up, to actually be in a position of competition with Arabia. We're seeing these teams going head to head. We now have 2 winner chicken dinners for, side of Africa. We've got 1 going to the side of Arabia, but I don't think that's going to be the end of it. We can't discount any region. We can't discount any team because they are bringing a different level of competition. They're bringing different play styles. They're bringing different strats that are really showcasing the talents and the hard work that they've put into this.
Well, I mean, speaking about the hard work, speaking about the talent, right? Let's take a look at those match rankings to see what they got. Of course, it is going to be Brute Force, or if you hear me say Broody Fruity, this is who I'm talking about, right? Brute Force right there, securing themselves a lovely 20-pointer, the first 20-pointer of the day. And a very well deserved, of course, RUKH. We did see them also then picking up those double-digit elims. But, I mean, looking at Vision, right? Half the amount of eliminations that they got in the first 2 wrangles. So it's not the worst. Still a healthy, decent dose. But, the teams are really starting to wake up now, right? They really start to shake up a few things. But of course, you got to give it to Arab Golden and Vista, both teams securing themselves 6 eliminations. Unfortunately, no placement points to accompany that. But NIGMA, I mean, as we were waiting for NIGMA to rise up, right? They had an absolutely horrendous play in the first few games. Well, not horrendous, but super, super challenging, and not exactly what we were hoping to see. But, give them a bit of time. They will find that momentum and, of course, bring in a play like this, taking the second place in the match, but finishing third overall with those 6 elims up. Still a decent position, decent slot to be in.
Yeah, not bad, not bad, not bad. Again, this is more towards the lights that we would expect from NIGMA Galaxy off the back of that wonderful bridge camp that they brought in, the crazy spray downs, Coops in the final moments, still trying to stay alive, getting some eliminations along the way. It's very good to see NIGMA just sort of picking up that energy. Hopefully, that continues. But as we talk about continuing, we need to take a look at that second page of the match rankings. Of course, ending off with 6 points to Vista Gaming. We take a look at the rest, and yeah, DK, I think we have an answer. I think the donut shop needs to come back because we have way too many customers to just look away from.
It's open for business, guys. The donut shop is open once again. We've got 5 customers lining up this time around, but that is kind of to be expected. I mean, it's unfortunate to see the players from Triple Esports sitting where they are, or at least seeing them where they finished in this match. You want to see the triple that we had from PMPL Africa, we want to see them rise up again. So maybe they just take a little bit of time to get warmed up, right? But I think once they are warmed up, it could be quite a force to be reckoned with. So let's see how it is going to go. But yeah, still very, very exciting. Game number 3 done and dusted. Of course, our team stats from the Broody Fruities. Brute Force coming in here. It is going to be Zakaria, Prebot, Neos, and Ado. Ado definitely with a carry with regards to the damage that they've been able to bring through. But Prepod, really good at playing Matrix, right? Just dodging shots all over the place. I mean, only taking 89 damage. I mean, that's pretty insane.
Straight up some Neo energy coming through here. So Neos will have to have a bit of a chat with him about stealing his name, or at least his premise of his name, but it's okay. Yeah, absolutely great to see Brute Force picking it up here for Arabia, bringing in the similar energy that we would expect coming through from PMPL Arabia. Having to do that over on Erangel, finally, we start to see some vision of hope to the stats that we have, DK. We can finally use a little bit of the stats we have, but it's all going to go potentially down the toilet now, because now we're going to go over towards Sanhok, which means chaos ensued ×2.
Oh yes, and of course, speaking about chaos, I mean, this is what we have, right? Brute Force, both teams having an absolutely glorious run over on the lovely, lovely Erangel. But it's all going to boil down to how these performances translate over on towards Sanhok. Because as we know, looking at Sanhok, right, and maybe I'm wrong, but R8, they were definitely the team to kind of compare against when it comes to the Sanhok performances. So I want to see Brute Force and Ra'ad carry this momentum forward, right, moving in over onto that Sanhok action. Because, I mean, again, both these teams, we find them on different positions when we look at these points. But speaking about points, it's going to be the chance now for us to take a look at the overall rankings.
Yes, so we saw a little bit of that overlay in the games. We got a bit of an idea, but here it is, the confirmation. Arab Golden, no surprise to see them leading the pack with a considerable gap after those first 2 back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners. And since then, they've been pretty consistent. So it makes sense. We understand why they're there. Crash Gaming, Vision Esports, also 2 teams who have been incredibly impactful, but also very chaotic in the sense that they would have just these once-off games almost or once-off sessions where they are just absolutely dominating the field. They are just going ham, picking up those elimination points, but it needs to translate into a little bit more consistency if they want to close that gap to Arab.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. There is still going to be quite a bit of work yet to come on through, but especially looking at this last page, I mean, triple NASR quest, right? We got to see it. We got to see it. Sitting on single digits after the third match, while we have, the rest of the lobby all sitting on double digits. This is going to be the opportunity for Triple, NASR, and Quest to lock it in. But of course, speaking of which, it is time for us to hop into the action to see what exactly Sanhok is going to be bringing on through. As we know, Sanhok flight path doesn't matter all that much, right? What is going to be important here is where that first zone forms and how the teams are going to be looking to accompany their positioning, according rather to what that flight path, that zone has brought in.
Look, I just have to point out something that might be obvious to the viewers that were watching PMPL Africa, PMPL Arabia. The fact that we're talking about the likes of Quest, NASR, and Triple Esports being the 3 teams at the bottom of the overall standing, let me just give you some insight. Triple Esports was the winner of PMPL Africa. NASR Esports was the winner of PMPL Arabia, and Quest came second in PMPL Arabia. So these are arguably, in terms of stats, our top 3 teams finding themselves at the bottom of the scoreboard because of this level of competition, because everyone has stepped it up to such an incredible level. So this is what I was talking about. You cannot give any single team a little bit of space to work with, because they will just be running away from you with those points.
Speaking about running, right, there's going to be a lot of running that needs to come through, especially now that the zone has shifted down on towards that eastern side, almost the southeastern edge. But this is going to open up a nice can of worms, as you can see. R8 and Triple already getting right down to business. Let's see who's going to be the one to survive. Ooh, Thor, I like that. Gets the hit. Ida goes down as well. And now R8. I mean, what is going on here? The team that has historically been performing so well on Sanhok, now in a world of trouble, down to a 2-piece. It's going to be RUKH and Prestige having to carry the name forward.
Oh, what is this wild, wild turn of events? And again, you were saying it, R8, I mean, such an emphatic team in terms of what they've been bringing into today, but also these individuals, right? RUKH, Prestige, we've seen them time in and time out bringing, a rabbit out of the hat here for their team, and now we're going to be saying goodbye to them? No, this is Sanhok. This is kind of why I like Sanhok and kind of why I don't like Sanhok. But hey,
Yeah.
we take it as we can. And now the World of Battle and GEEKAY Esports up next potentially for a little contention.
Well, let's see how this is gonna go. I see that apparently we could be looking at a cheeky chicken. I'm not quite sure if that's gonna happen, but what we do know is that Muhammad is gonna lay it on super thick with a S12K M4 combo. Wow, just absolutely ripping into the side of GEEKAY. That's already a big hole into them. I mean, down to 1 in a matter of like nothing, right? That's it. Like they down to only 1 remaining hopeful, in Santa. I mean, poor old Santa now gonna have an exceptionally tough time to survive here.
Yeah, again, the absolute chaos that is the first couple of seconds on a map like Sanhok, just alluding to all of these teams unfortunately saying goodbye. Again, it's not teams that we would normally expect in these situations, but here they are. But hey, we were just saying we need a little bit more from Triple Esports, and look who's the team that are picking up the elimination. So maybe Sanhok is exactly what they needed, just to shake things up, to get themselves back in that mentality. Please, guys, no, you can't all just be taking each other out. Now Quest is here as well. Again, yeah. I'm very happy that they're picking up eliminations, but can they pick eliminations from other teams, not from each other?
I mean, the only team we need to roll in here is NASR, right?
No, please.
Then no, it's not gonna happen because NASR's all the way down south. But that would have been
silly.
A little bit of funny coming through on that one. But either which way, speaking about funny, I mean, Triple, they're not going to joke around, right? They are just going to look to disengage and rotate back into safety, right? Getting in position maybe a little bit deeper up in towards that zone. But in case you missed it, this is how Thor got that, that beautiful play coming in. I mean, that was amazing. Yeah.
Just... It's spicy. It's spicy. It's nasty. It's why are you doing this? But hey, I like it. Now we have to take a look at the rest of the teams. They have to make a little bit of an appearance of their own, especially towards the zone that's moved so far to that eastern side. A bit more of a rotation for the likes of NIGMA Galaxy, for Arab Golden, and of course the likes of Crash Gaming, who have to take that move into this next phase. And I mean, even in this zone, there's still this chaos. I mean, GEEKAY Esports still just trying to hold on to anything and everything they can. As a solo, Santa has to bring it home. But it's going to be a tough ask here on Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, at least as we know, Santa has got a whole bag full of goodies, so there could be a few surprises to come through. I'm curious to see how the World of Battle are going to be looking to rotate out of this one, as they are still occupying that boot camp position. But as we look onto the rest of the teams, right, Team Ra'ad, they are going to be pushing through from that southwestern side. And this could be a nice setup here because, I mean, they've got Cave just up ahead of them. And if they move there, as I know, you are going to be quite happy about that.
Oh, yes. I'm just avoiding saying anything because I feel like as soon as I ask for it, Sanhok is not going to give it to me. So I appreciate you saying what you said, but I'm not going to repeat what you said so that it does happen. Reverse psychology. Yes. That's what I'm going to go with. Okay. We take a look at the rest of the teams now, making those rotations in. Enigma Galaxy is a bit of a question mark for me as well, because they're going to be coming through that southern portion of Sanhok, off of the back of a very wild, almost clutch from Coops. I feel like that mentality should be back. I feel like, again, they've had that glimmer of hope. They've had that success on Erangel. Now can they replicate that on a map like Sanhok that's already been, turned on its head? But they will be rotating at the back of RUKH. They will be rotating in a position where potentially they could surprise them and pick up these eliminations.
Let's see how many surprises are going to come through on this one. I mean, J7, I like the setup down south. I mean, so NIGMA, a team that's not afraid of rotating up the way that they are rotating right now, right? That is pretty standard NIGMA play coming through there. So I would maybe be a little bit more worried if I was RUKH, because they are going to get potentially sandwiched by NIGMA and NASR on either ends. But of course, now looking at this here, it is going to be GQ and VISTA. There could be something brewing here, especially looking down in towards that quarry angle. And then, of course, North Quarry, it's covered by the side of Quest. So there's a lot of setups coming through here. So it's all going to boil down to what the zone is going to bring through.
Yeah, Quest and Triple, just to add on to that one. So that's set up there for them. Again, it provides an opportunity for both Quest and Triple to pick up those points, as they very much need. I just don't like the fact that it might be a case of Quest or Triple. Why can't it be Anne? Let's give them both that opportunity. As NASR's over towards that southern side, if they find the opportunity, if they find the timing, yes, they could be that team that helps to sandwich RUKH, but they also have to deal with the likes of VISTA, who's just so close and personal to them as well. So it's that immediate turnaround timing on Sanhok, third parties on Sanhok. I mean, talk about things that are more common. Try. But now we take a look at the rotations. Arab Golden, NIGMA Galaxy over here towards that blue zone, having to make that push across the bridge line that's currently being held by RUKH, who are looking to pull a bit of Enigma Galaxy page and maybe do some bridge camping.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of bridges left to camp, so yeah, let's see how this one goes. In the meanwhile, there's going to be action down in towards Quarry as Triple, Quest, VISTA, NASR, and GQ all get right down to business. And this could be a beautiful bit of an upset. I mean, I almost forgot about RUKH Esports as they blend in with the background, just hidden between all the names. But this is all just now boiled into a bit of a waiting game, right? We got so many teams in contention close to center zone, with the zone now just allowing for more focus to be applied onto the Quarry region. I mean, Vision moving up, Brute Force moving up, but I'm now actually still waiting for Crash Gaming to, put down that bottle of blue juice and start the rotation towards the zone.
I was going to say, yeah, I'm also just waiting for Crash Gaming to just move away from Camp Alpha, please. Let's get it to the zone. It's Sanhok. It's not that far of a rotation, but it's HP that they're losing. It's time that they're wasting, where it could be better spent. That energy could be better spent finding those crazy eliminations towards the center of the zone. I mean, NIGMA Galaxy in a similar situation, they just have so much less space to travel. And they've at least for the time being avoided Arab Golden. So their timing is working out a lot better. And yeah, I really do hope they get in that situation where they can actually camp out or take some shots away from RUKH. Although NASR Esports might be beating them to it. Already a little bit of damage dealt, looking for that elimination, as Zuxi is bleeding out on the ground. So RUKH need to make a move.
Yeah, they need to make a move and need to do it so very, very quickly, but it does seem like they are opting for that res, so not all hope is lost at this point, as they've now essentially kind of picked themselves back up. It does seem to be their way. Yes, they have. And here we go, right? NIGMA still inching their way closer, still pushing in from that western side. We got Arab Golden Galaxy also just hanging in the wing. So however the snake zone pops, I can tell you it is going to be an absolute brutal play. But that is exactly what we love to see come Sanhok.
Absolutely. This is the chaos that we love. This is the green machine that is going to bring these teams to a new level, because now all of a sudden they have to deal with all 16 of these teams cramped into such a tiny spacing with all these dips and valleys, really going to be providing some interesting engagements. You can see here over towards RTG holding a beautiful line of sight. Vision Gaming not far off behind them. They're towards Lakawe, having to make that rotation in. NIGMA Galaxy still needing to just knock on the door of Ra'ad and ask them to let them in. And yeah, Crash Gaming, please move. Just that's all. Just please get into the zone. You're making me nervous.
I mean, also right when you said please move, the zone also please moved on towards that eastern side, playing into the hand there of Vision. But I'm curious to see what NIGMA are going to be doing here, right? So as I mentioned before, NIGMA historically, Sanhok is not one of their strongest maps, right? But we've seen now the teams like to bring in the upsets, right? They like to prove us wrong. And with that, we also see GEEKAY being our first team getting concluded right here. So maybe there's an opportunity for those major upsets to just come on in. But the teams now all taking the plunge, looking to get themselves situated up in towards this next zone. And it is going to be Vision now feeling a little bit of that pressure as Triple just run right over them.
Oh, knock knock. Here we are. My goodness, all of a sudden Vision. I don't think they were quite ready for that one, but Triple Esports will be very happy with their rotation now, holding onto that coastline and some compounds, some cover. This is perfect for them. They will be able to get that knock. I don't quite think it's going to translate into an elimination because they're not there to really pick that one up. So Rev should come through, but Vision definitely were caught off guard with that one. Very spread up approach that they're taking. It's very similar to what we saw with NASR there over towards the Valley of Doom in Miramar. This time around, unfortunately, they're a lot closer to the competition.
Well, let's see how it goes. I mean, there's a lot of play, and I mean, also for the players here from RUKH Esports, right? So in PMPL Africa, they were the strongest team when it came to Sanhok, right? So I want to see whether or not they're going to prove us right or prove us wrong, as R8, though, will have to settle for the lobby and 15th place. Not a single elimination, unfortunately, being acquired on their end. But as you can see, Triple, they've already gone on an absolute rampage, right? 7 eliminations to their name, and yet they still have a few more hurdles, a few more bumps and jumps to get over. And the meanwhile, Arab Golden Galaxy now rushing in. Oh, taking a swing at NASR and starts. Goes up in flames.
I was really hoping they would get away from that one, but Teak, just hot on the trigger, so accurate, was not going to allow them that situation. But yeah, to add on to what you said, definitely a much better showing here from Triple Esports, picking up those 7 eliminations now, making that 8. That is a lot more characteristic of what we would expect of Triple Esports. So glad to see that they have taken the Sanhok as their time to get back into the right mental attitude here. Now, VISTA Gaming and Arab making that rotation on in from the western side. You can see the World of Battle just trying to sneak in around Quarry. Likely will cross paths there with Arab Golden, depending on how they take this rotation. Hopefully they don't go straight center. But hey, there is some good news. Crash Gaming, thank you for making it into the zone. Coming through for that northern side, already picking up one there from Brute Force. So they will still be in contention, and we will be heading to the coastline.
Yeah, I mean, you know, better late than never as Crash make the entry up into the zone. As you already pointed out, they got themselves that elimination right out of the gate. But now VISTA, ooh, gonna be feeling a lot of that pressure being just like thrown down on them. But still, RUKH, I mean, Arab Golden, bit of a chance there. The World of Battle not gonna survive old Chucky Norris there as the shots come in, and that is going to be the end for them. But down to the final 12 we go. Quest also getting backed up, shipped out. So Yusuf, unfortunately, not going to be getting this one. But let's see where the rest of the teams will go. I mean, that northern position up into Lord's Lakawi, that is also, again, a very challenging bit of terrain to play with.
I mean, just with the ports and with all of these like sort of coastal line positions that you have, there is an interesting set of structures that you can use. As you can see, just a little bit of a preview here to try and, you know, at least get a different angle on towards your enemies. But in terms of cover, it's not very forgiving. You're into a lot of open bridge lines. You've got 1 or 2 compounds to work with, and that's pretty much all. And there's a lot of spacing in between these two if you do want to make those kind of rotations or reposition yourself for the rest of the teams moving in. So tough position. We'll have to wait and see if we continue north or if we hold down into these open fields here towards center. Meanwhile, R2G, RUKH Esports, knock, here we are. Have some nades.
Oh, yes, RTG looking to kind of blow it up here. As you can see, GG now just holding on the outskirts. trying to play it a little bit safer here. I mean, they need meds. This is the opportunity now to get yourself patched up. But Graza is going to come trolling on through, looking for a bit of an opportunity. And I like this approach coming through from RTG, right? Starting to venture across. But speaking about venturing across, it's going to be NASR and RUKH also now pushing through Sanhok.
Oh.
Beautiful spray. Gets a 2-for-1 on that play. And now, still a few contenders left to kind of settle the play. And that is going to be it. NASR taking care of business, sending the players there from RUKH into a very, very tough finish. I mean, 2 elims up. But now, RTG, RUKH getting right down to business. As you can see, Rio having that nade at the ready. This could be, oof, it could have been an amazing play, but instead, well, it doesn't really look like it's going their way.
Yeah, this roller coaster of emotions that is Sanhok, it will continue as we wait to see where the zone will be taking us next. And we will still be heading towards that northern side, just etching out of those little structures I was talking about earlier. They are not great to play on, so I'm glad that we're avoiding those. But it does mean the pressure's going to be on RUKH Esports and R2G to finish this one up, because they will be one of the teams in compound, in safety, into this next phase.
Well, I mean, this is looking like a good performance coming through for RUKH, though. RTG still holding on to 2. We can see Riva and Kalaga holding steady. But will they find the needed angles? Oh, nice attempt coming through here from Riva. Unfortunately, not resulting into anything just yet. But NIGMA also, as we can see in the feed, losing a few players. They've been reduced down to a 2-piece. So, well, a 3-piece rather, as they still have a very kind of crammed up play to make through approaching the players here from Vision, and that is going to be Raouf. Oh, getting knocked down. But of course, the favor gets returned on to Volt.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough time here, but it's so good to see this energy coming through from Triple Esports as well. They're still looking to get a piece of the action. Meanwhile, it is just a tough battle here for NIGMA Galaxy to get themselves up this hill. Quite literally an uphill battle as Vision is laying down the law, looking for as many eliminations as they possibly can. This is exactly the playstyle that they love. Getting themselves set up into the zone, gatekeeping any teams that want to get in. This is prime to their strategy, and it is going to work out in their favor. We say goodbye to NIGMA Galaxy. Not a bad effort. They did pick up at least a good amount of travel time, but unfortunately no points. As we move into this next phase, it has just been battle after battle. It has been very tough for the surrounding teams.
Yeah, and of course, already Triple hitting the double digits, as we can see there. Sitting quite comfortably on 10. But now they've got to get themselves back up on their feet, and that is exactly what they'll do as the blue zone comes closing in on them. They need to focus. Oh, but look at the angles on towards Ado, who's just trying to duck into as much coverage as they can. But up comes Vision. It's going to be a nade. Oh, it finds at least one as Chemo gets brought to their knees. Now, Icy having all the pressure riding on their shoulders, but will they be able to hold on? Because Vision, from what we saw in the first Erangel, being a team that can get quite aggressive. Oh, and they get it done. That is Triple getting punched out in 8th place, though.
Again, not bad at all, especially with all the eliminations they picked up. This is definitely a much better showing from Triple Esports, so they should still be smiling after that performance. However, now we take a look at it. Top 7 teams still left into this one. Crash Gaming with such a late rotation, I am surprised, but they are still in this one, taking that northern rotation. They have a lot of spacing to work with, and now they're even going to be taking spacing away from Vision. That is massive. Then they could potentially be holding the entirety of this northeastern side of the zone, barring, of course, what Brute Force are going to be doing. But here it is, Crash Gaming quite literally crashing into the action.
Crash stepping it up. Going for a little bit more of a spread approach here, taking that 3-1 split, but they do find Vision as Volt gets taken on down. But look at this, though. Absolute carnage coming through here for the side of Arab Golden Galaxy. Getting sent back with not a single elimination to their name. Brute Force will fall on their heels there. Getting sent out in 5th. Down to the final 4 we go. GQ looking a little bit tough at this point, as you can see, down to a potential 3-piece. Unless, of course, they can, well, they can't secure that res. But let's see, Crash looking quite steady. Still sitting with a full 4-piece here. RUKH also looking absolutely exceptional at this point. But it's still not anywhere close to being decided.
What I like about Crash Gaming, right, is you can see the confidence. They're running this 2-2 split in a situation where they're up against 3 other teams with very little information. So they're definitely feeling it. They're definitely feeling like this Sanhok is going to go their way. But we have to wait to see what RUKH Esports and, of course, the likes of GQ and maybe Vision, if we throw in a little bit of crazy solo play, can say about that. Meanwhile, just a little bit of a back and forth with GQ, just trying to reach across, get some information, do some damage. Or Vision have at least they one hopeful, just trying to survive because, well, unfortunately, Crash Gaming have spotted them out.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go now. Jafar again coming through with the range hits. Oh, but that is going to be Trophies. Stopped in their track. Evo Station going to try and push up Korka. Need to lend a bit of a helping hand, but there's going to be Mon sneaking in behind them. But look at the blaze, the sprays. It is all over the place. Mon now absolutely capitalizing, and down they go as RUKH puts an end to the carnage coming through from Vision. But now it's down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be RUKH and the players here from Crash. A 4v4 to settle the dispute. Who's going to be the one to pick up that winner chicken dinner? As at this point, it could still swing either which way. But looking at Crash, they definitely do seem to have the advantage of zone. And with that, the vehicle goes up in flames. Eugene getting met with a beautiful spray. Up comes everybody. Finds the angle, picks up the trade. And now, down to a 2-piece for the side here of RUKH. It is going to be Crash looking pretty tough. But that is the hit, though. Come on, everybody gets it. That is winner chicken dinner clutch. Everybody stealing the show.
Here we go. My goodness. We got another one for the likes of Arabia. It is Crash Gaming. They gave me so much fear. They gave me so much anxiety with their late rotation, and they turned it into a winner chicken dinner?
Yeah.
How? Explain. Explain for me.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's just that, like, it seems like next level confidence, right? I mean, they were just big chilling out in the blue, having a nice few sips here and there, you know, doing a little bit of thumb wars, whatever the case. Slow rotation, getting into zone. You know, it's like, you know what, it's fine. Do whatever you need to do. We'll come around. And then they step up, they lock in that winner chicken dinner almost out of nowhere, right? Absolutely phenomenal performance coming through from the side there of Crash. And I mean, this is the kind of Crash that we want to see come through into these matches.
Absolutely, but let's go take a look at that match report and just see exactly what we were looking at, what the breakdown was on this wild match that was a Sanhok. Honestly, I couldn't see. It was so wild. But you have to give it up to Triple Esports. I mean, having two little bit of glimpses of hope in the form of Old Boy with the highest damage and the longest elimination, really showcasing this was their match to just shake things up.
I mean, then what a bit of shaking there was taking place in this one. But I mean, like, we've been waiting quite some time to see the players there from Triple really kind of returning back to the action. And I think this was a good precursor, right? Because you can see the momentum starting to build up. So I want to see how Triple are going to be handling the final 2 matches of the day, right? There's going to be a lot of expectations coming through on that. But of course, speaking about expectations, right? Let's see what the damage graph looked like. And it was a heavy hand coming through from the side there of Triple. I mean, 2,400 damage, that is quite a considerable amount, but I think the strongest conversion rate, though, is going to go to the side of Crash. I mean, milking 10 elims out of, you know, almost 1,300 damage, that is a very small amount of wastage coming through on that one.
Oh, no, it was very clean coming through from Crash Gaming. Again, I can't take anything away from them because they were like the latest rotation. They came in towards the north and they just took over. They just said, it's fine. It's ours now. Goodbye. Thank you for coming, but it's done. So, yeah, no, absolutely. We were talking about a little bit, just before this match, how Crash Gaming has this ability to just take over. They have this ability to quite literally keep to the namesake, crash into the action, take over, make it their game. And this was a prime showing of that after such chaos, after so many teams had that glimpse of, cool, they were going to be the winners. They were going to be the ones taking the winner chicken dinner. Crash Gaming just took it away from them.
But I think that's the beauty of the championship, right? no one is secured in any position at any point in time because, you know, the upsets just keep on coming through. And of course, I think the rest of the day is going to be filled with all these upsets coming through. But of course, speaking about that, let's take a look at these amazing highlights. As we know, right, Sanhok was definitely one for the books. She can just add it to the tally. I mean, game number 4, 4 games full to the brim with sweaty PUBG Mobile play.
Look, it's... I don't know. I don't even have words for this kind of Sanhok. I'm so glad that this is the Sanhok we get because we only get one dosing of it. So the fact that on this one dosing of Sanhok, we have teams going to a whole different level, taking out those teams up ahead of them, giving an opportunity for teams like Triple Esports to bring in a much better showing. It's what more could I really ask for?
I think that's the beauty of it, right? Because there's just, you know, it's been upset upon upset for the entirety of the day, right? I mean, we said this before, right? And it seems to be the trend. Our historical data isn't worth anything at this point because the teams will keep on bringing in these upsets. And of course, nothing wrong with a little bit of vehicle explosion coming through every now and again. But I mean, mad respect though, going out to a buddy. I mean, absolutely phenomenal, phenomenal showcasing. I mean, I think if they took down the entire squad, I could not be... I think I might even be right in saying that because there was at least 3 players coming through. But of course, speaking about at least something, right, we are going to be heading into a very quick break as well. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the MEA Championship right here. Of course, day number 1. We've already concluded 4 matches, and it has been absolutely insane looking at what these teams are doing out on the battlefields. And of course, as we know, we have got only 2 more maps to go. We are going to be playing Erangel and Miramar. That is it, right? Then day 1 is done and dusted. Now, it's been pretty sweaty looking at what these teams are what these teams have been bringing through, right? But of course, well, after the break, every single time we are heading straight into Erangel. So do you think we are going to be seeing anything different happen this time around?
Honestly, the way in which that energy came through from some of the teams like Triple Esports, like we saw with Crash Gaming, maybe we could see that resurgence of a different team moving through. Again, like I said, if the rest of these teams, if they bring in these individual stats like we see here from Triple Esports, that was going to be the crashing point for Arab Golden, and that's exactly what happened. Finally, we break that Arab Golden supremacy, and now we bring in Triple Esports, who we know they beat out Arab Golden the first time around. Can they replicate that on Erangel and finally turn this into a win, get that momentum really going? That's what I would like to see. That's where I want Triple to be.
I mean, I have to agree with you on that, right? I mean, we want to see that full potential being utilized, and of course that could happen pretty soon. Well, speaking of potential, we also have to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners for the PUBG Mobile Pro League, and that gives you the potential to unleash your inner beast, right? That was what my segue was all about. But speaking about segues, we are going to be segueing our way pretty soon into the Erangel to see exactly what that flight path and zone is going to be bringing through. And of course, for those of you who are curious, let's take a look at the schedule to remind you of our map rotations as we go through the proceedings here, looking at all the maps that we are going to be playing at. But of course, it doesn't seem like that is going to come through, so we'll just run you through it. So it is going to be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and then of course, well, as we are about to see, it is going to be Erangel, Miramar. So it's a very easy sequence to remember, and of course, we are going to be looking at that for all 4 days. And speaking of it, there it is, right? So of course, you can see our chicken dinner winners there as well. Arab Golden taking the first 2, the Brute Force squad picking up game number 3, and of course, well, if you missed it, Crash got the one right here on Sanhok. But now it's going to be that chance for Erangel. So let's find out what these teams will have to work with. And of course, I'm curious to see what the zone is going to be bringing as. I mean, we've not really seen a very centralized flight path come through, but also not really seen a northern flight path.
Yeah, there's been pretty much I would say heavy focus after that last matchup to the southern portion of Erangel. So it would be nice to just head towards the north. And at least the plane will be doing that. I don't know if the zone's going to be doing that, but at least the plane is heading towards the northern sides there of Shooting Range and Severny. So we'll at least see some northern parts of Erangel. Wait to see if that zone's going to match it up and how these teams are going to be dealing with the absolute onslaught that has been Crash Gaming taking that top slot. I mean, they caught up to Arab Golden in such an emphatic fashion there.
I mean, well, that is exactly what we kind of want to see, right? There is, however, a little bit of that gap, as we can see now, forming between the top 3 and the rest of the lobby. But the gap, at least for the time being, is not that great. So we could maybe see it getting closed up. But it's all going to come down to how these teams are going to be looking to bring in these next few performances. I mean, 11 points, it's not a big gap, right? But what we do see, though, is that Coops, Buddy, and Mon, they've been doing their things out on the battlefield, sitting with some pretty strong damage numbers.
That's what we like to see. But yeah, I mean, they've really been showing why you don't want to mess with them. Why you really should just respect the name. You should back off. They're going to be coming through for all of the eliminations as much as possible. So I think that's also the big reason we saw such a resurgence of Crash coming through into that last matchup. But what we won't be seeing a resurgence of is the zone moving to anywhere other than south today for Erangel. It seems we are just going to be focusing on this side of things for the time being. DK, I don't know why, but yeah, PUBG Mobile doesn't like the north of Erangel anymore.
I mean, but it's fine, right? Because so if with this kind of sudden shift, it could potentially be moving towards that eastern bridge, right? Because it's not as south as we saw in the previous Erangel. So there is opportunity for maybe that bridge or potentially even farm to come into play. So we'll have to wait and see what the RNG gods have in store for us. But of course, a nice way to kick off the proceedings on our last Erangel, as we can see Triple and RTG now up into the Nova crates. And this could be exactly that opportunity now for Triple to build that momentum even more.
Hello, this is what we love to see, and this is what we're asking for. We want Triple Esports to, yes, I mean, have a good game, absolutely, but let's continue it. Let's pick up some of that consistency. Let's see them bring in, you know, a good set of games to really give themselves some spacing moving into tomorrow's matches, because already today, we've had such heavy hitters. We already have three teams with 40 plus points in the first 4 matches. That is ridiculous. At this level of competition, that is just ridiculous. So now it is time for the rest of the teams, such as Triple Esports, even such as Brute Force, who had such a good showing, isn't just, you know, that isn't quite yet at that 40 point marker, to make a resurgence, to make an appearance. And I mean, on Erangel, you know Erangel, you play Erangel like every single day. It is the most known map. This is their best opportunity.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. But of course, on that, I also want to see 3 teams step it up, right? You can see the scores at the top of the screen there as well. But I want to see RTG and NASR and Quest, right? Those are my 3 teams that I'm going to be rooting for on this one. I mean, RTG, sure, yes, they are situated in 11th place, but I mean, they've only secured 7 eliminations. That's it, right? That's what they've got to their name. And of course, the predictions coming through there, 2 going for Vision, 2 going for Arab Golden, and then 1 coming through from Yusuf there for, well, of course, then the players from the World of Battle. Now, looking at the World of Battle, they've got Yasnaya under control. So who knows? Maybe they could bring in you know, this necessary players, but I'm gonna lean maybe a little more towards the side of Triple.
Yeah, look, I want to lean towards Triple because I want to see them catch up. Because we want to give them that notoriety of the fact that they won PMPL Africa. I want to see the winners of PMPL Africa doing a lot better on the first day. And yes, there could be something to be said. Look, it's the first day. There's a little bit of nerves. There's a little bit of anxiety. You're dealing with a whole different set of teams. But look at how the rest of these teams who didn't do so fantastically in the previous league stage, they qualified, but they you know, they weren't the heavy hitters. Look how well they're doing today. Look how much they have come into bringing this energy. Crash Gaming, I mean, Brute Force obviously doing what Brute Force does best and getting very close to those top slots. Arab Golden also keeping with their consistency. So all of these other teams, they're bringing the heat. I want to see teams like Triple Esports, like NASR, you know, like Quest Esports, to bring in that same energy and to take this win.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you on that, and that is exactly why I said what I said, right? I want to see these teams perform because there's no reason for them not to perform, right? I mean, the PMPL finals, that was, you know, the proving grounds. That's how they qualified to get here. So we want to see that same kind of play, that same kind of aggression and confidence being shown on the battlefield. And yes, we know this is only the first day, but as you've pointed out, right, a lot of the other teams have stepped up phenomenally right out of the gate. So we want to see that being a little bit more of a balanced situation.
Absolutely, it's definitely going to be a tough battle. I can say it's. I can say I want them to do things all day long, but it's not going to be that easy. As we wait to see how the zone is going to be affecting some of the teams like Crash Gaming, who, I don't know, maybe it's just their style. Maybe I just need to accept that that's the style that they're going to take. They're going to be one of the teams to rotate last as they're coming through from Zaki. So very far rotation for them. Similarly to Raad and R8, who are over towards the opposite sides of Georgia Pool. They also have quite a bit of a pathing to take, but the rest of the teams quite comfortably. We take a look at that center. NASR, we've got GQ, we've got NIGMA Galaxy, we've got Arab Golden. They're sitting pretty in the center of the zone. They are just waiting for the rest of the teams to make their moves.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case. I'm also curious to see whether or not we're going to be having a potential third winner on a chicken dinner come through for one particular team, right? Oh, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be Quest and NIGMA.
No.
Well, more NIGMA than Quest. Now just firing off, and RUKH already taking a big bucket load of damage. So they gotta just get into this building as quick, fast as they can, as the rush is there. It's gonna be Rauf and Lord knocking on the door. Oh, Hadje, as we know, a very competent player, will be able to kind of deal with the situation. Well, that's of course if the nades don't have a different idea in store for them. And there we go, it is going to be Ida brought to their knees. The nades go flying, Coops goes down. And Ganze coming in, maybe looking to bring in that needed assistance here.
I'm just saying, if Quest Esports go down here, I am not taking responsibility for a caster curse, okay? I'm asking them to step up. It's not my fault, but NIGMA Galaxy, at least we see a little bit of that resurgence. Quest Esports have taken it down to only one member alive, at least if you can count that Hamodi down to a sliver of HP. And the reach in from RUKH Esports. Here we go. Quest, thank you for not making me look like a caster cursor.
Yeah, we don't want that, right? We don't want that. We know there's one or two of our colleagues that are really good with that, but
I don't
we shall
want to be
not
that
name
one.
names. Yeah, we won't name names at this point. But another player that I'm also quite interested to see is what RUKH is gonna do, because they just saved Quest. But are they gonna look to maybe come in on that third-party play, or will they just look to disengage? Like, we can kind of see both teams doing it for the time being. And of course, in the meanwhile, the rest of the team still holding on to the edges of zone. I think they're just waiting to see what the zone's going to do.
Absolutely. As we can see, some teams still a bit 50-50 here on towards that split that we're seeing. Are we going down to military base? No, finally. Okay, we are staying on the main island for the time being. We've got a little bit of rotation coming through from RTG and Triple Esports moving on off, but they still have some time. They still have some space to work with. So not too bad and not too shabby. A few more rotations that I'm going to be very curious about. Definitely is going to include the likes of the World of Battle. They're going to be right behind Brute Force over towards, just the western side of Shelter, depending on where Brute Force finally do settle. And then, of course, another interesting one is, of course, going to be Crash Gaming, right? That late rotation. They're over towards RUKH only now. They're going to be moving into that northwestern side, which we know is absolutely stacked with teams, and that seems to be the prime formula for Crash Gaming to take eliminations.
Well, maybe that could be a copy-paste, rinse-repeat coming through this time around. I mean, we're still a long way from knowing, so we'll just have to wait to see what these teams are cooking up. But in the meanwhile, RUKH also now looking for a little bit of a position closer towards that center zone. And as I said before, right, based on that first phase, and as well as the flight path, right, the zone likes to go here. So I think we could be looking at a potential farm, maybe an Eastern Bridge finish coming through on this one. And that is going to result in quite a bit of excitement, especially that we've got teams still positioned down on that southern side. And a bucket load of teams all up towards the north, but they all are starting to converge more in towards the zone. And we could potentially now see Raad and Crash Gaming and getting into a little bit of an altercation up here in towards Potato Hill.
Absolutely. This is what we love to see. All right, so Crash Gaming making that rotation in, of course. We'll be stopping just up ahead, potentially of Potato Hill. It looks like Raad just treating this light, a little bit carefully. They don't want to just be jumping into the action without being, prepared. But Crash, they're keeping their spacing, they're keeping their vehicles in check, an opportunity for them to duck out as soon as they possibly need to, in case we do see Raad actually take this aggression. It looks like they will be disengaging, just leaving the space, giving them the opportunity, moving in potentially towards the northern side of the zone. And yeah, no, it's alright. It was a close one. But for now, Crash Gaming will be fine. So, still, that center band of the zone, DK, here towards that far Milter side, all the way towards that coastal line, absolutely smattered here with teams that now need to hold their positions as those rotations will be coming through.
I mean, it's teaming with positions, it's teaming with teams, so, why not? So, I think the Snake Zone is going to be the kicker. I'm expecting it to center up towards Arab Golden, potentially. Because that's kind of just what the zone does. I think, the position there between Raad and Crash up north, very, very well-deserved call made by both of them, deciding to rather, not engage and instead focus on that longevity, focus on that positioning, and pop, there we go. The zone is going to be pulling it right on towards Arab Golden, and this is now the opportunity for them to bring in a little bit more of a repeat from what we saw in the first two matches, but it's still going to be a heavily contested zone to play through, especially now with the World of Battle holding up in their midst, but of course Vision rolling through from that eastern side.
rinse, copy, and repeat here on Erangel. Once again, cutting through the final remaining space with water is going to diminish a lot of options here for the teams. But as we can see, Arab Golden and Vision going head-to-head. Two teams you might not want to have going head-to-head because of such great performances that they've been showing. Now one of them will have to say goodbye, and it just might be Arab Golden.
Yeah, it's not yet been decided. I mean, they still have P6 holding steady here, as we can see, and this could actually be still a bit of a saving angle to hold, but it's not going to last very, very long, as we also then have the players there from the Wall of Battle. They've heard the shots, they've seen the aggression come through in the feed, and now they want to come through and inspect to see who it is. But of course, the tension is also building on the western front, right? Crash rushing in on R8. Quest, as well as GQ. This is going to be an absolute hornet's nest filled with players.
No, this is going to be some wild, wild gameplay. As we said, you know, we've already cut down all of the spacing with the water. Now we're adding only one little bridge in the middle of all of this chaos. No, this is not going to be easy. I mean, I thought Sanhok was wild. This is just going to take us to a next level. We can see GQ now reaching on in, finding some success, but ultimately there's an equal amount of pain that's being dished out here by the surrounding teams. Crash Gaming still having to move on in from that western side. It will be alongside quite a few teams, so they do need to manage the expectations a little bit here, take their time, get that information before they move in and put themselves in a tough position here. Oh, Triple also taking a bit of a hit, dishing some out towards Vista. I don't know who is going to be taking this one, but they're going to need a little bit of luck as well to make this happen.
Yeah, I think maybe more than a little bit, but we'll see how it goes. Al-Hajji now going to be stepping up for the confirmation. Evo Station, also one of those players to watch, to keep a very, very close eye on. I mean, Evo Station, when they decide to do so, they can also really, really step up with a lot of insane plays. But now, I mean, Quest might have the upper hand here. They do have the numbers advantage. But is that going to be enough for Evo Station?
Oh,
yep, down they go
yes.
as Das sends it in. Beautiful nade. And at least they have a little bit more tranquility now over on towards the western side as the zone is about to be decided. Vista and Triple, though, still carrying on with engagements down south. Oh, but the zone swings north, and this is going to be placing quite a bit of emphasis now on that eastern bridge.
Yep, this is what we're talking about. Look, it was that 50-50 either way. Regardless, there were going to be teams that were put in a very difficult position. Some might be opting for a little bit of a swim across. We can already see Mazara potentially doing that for Vista Gaming as Triple Esports roll on in. And what I'm happy to see, and I'm happy to report, is that obviously Quest, they're leading the pack right now with eliminations, and they have a great zone advantage. So let's see how they turn this one around. Let's see if Triple Esports can follow suit, because now they might be taking the risk across the bridge.
Well, let's see. It's all going to boil down to how they play this one. And now, oof, yeah, that's not the kind of start that Old Boy wants. But, I mean, we still have Icy and Kimo, as well as Thor, hanging in the wing. Could look to push it through. Meanwhile, over on the western side, it is going to be Crash and rather Quest going toe to toe. It is utilities now strewn all over the place. Al-Hajri is down. Down they go, getting almost confirmed, or well, pretty much bleeding out. Fidan does fall next, and this could still be that opportunity for Crash to lock it in. I mean, it's a 1v3. This is not the kind of odds that Quest were looking for here, and there we go. The nade does seal it up. And Crash now, up to 5 eliminations.
Crash, you are raining down on my parade here. I was hoping this was going to be the match for Quest to really showcase their prowess, but no, it's Crash Gaming that comes and ruins everything. Gosh, I'm kidding. Fantastic, fantastic performance coming through from Crash Gaming. This is why they have been so good. This is why they've been so aggressive, because they can make it work. Now, talking about the aggression, we have to take a look at R2G, Triple Esports. And of course, just on the other side of things, it's a vision to hold that exit. Triple Esports out in the water, swimming it across, because what else can they really do? NASR, the other team I want to see bring a better performance, now being rushed here and having to hold on for dear life.
Well, let's see how much holding they can do. Oh, the nades. Watch out, Xenox. Watch out. The sprays are going to come in quite cheekily as RUKH need to try and, well, they are attempting to try and break down the door, but Sanhok's not going to allow any of that to come through. Down they go. It's now up to Spec, and there we have it. Third body as Brute Force steal a little bit of a Elam there, but it's going to be RUKH now getting sent back in 13th place, though.
Wow, that was impressive. But we still have a lot more to look at. You can see R2G really being the thorn in the side of Triple Esports, just waiting for that moment that they come up for breath and then looking to take them out. Quite literally, fish in a barrel, just fish in a pond, unfortunately. But rotations now being made. As much as R2G is finding that success, getting a little bit of eliminations, potentially even the 4-piece from Triple if they can find the remaining member, they still have to deal with Vision Esports when they want to leave this bridge. So yes, they'll get those eliminations, but potentially at what cost, as they need to still make a rotation into zone.
It's going to be a pretty tough order, right? I mean, this is not the easiest position to rotate out of here, but let's see. Vision, I love the setup, a 2-2 split. They look very, very comfortable. Triple, not looking that comfortable, unfortunately, but the zone is also going to add onto the pressure as it does stay here, and it actually now plays in favor of RUKH and the World of Battle, who find themselves smack dab center zone. They can't exactly sit back and wait, but they don't have to feel as pressured to find a good setup.
It's going to be a very, very interesting one. You can see Vision already providing a little bit of space, so they're only investing to up close and personal over towards this bridge, right alongside VISTA as well. So they do need to be careful. That's why they want that extra bit of reach. They want that escapability. They want the extra angles to work with, because they know as soon as things break out here, it is going to be a tough battle to take those eliminations away, because we have so many teams looking to steal it already. Crash Gaming joining the battle. They are going to lose one in the rotation, and Vision starts the fight over towards RTG.
Well, let's see. Vision now getting caught in a little bit of a challenging spot here. Not the easiest one to rotate out of, but either which way, they will still attempt it. Of course, we got R8, Prestige, just big chillin', right? Having a nice, good old time. Waiting in the vehicle, they've not yet been spotted, so, well, they'll rather stay there as long as they can afford to. Meanwhile, Crash trying to close up the edge of that zone, right? NASR position north of them, but as we look back on towards the bridge, it's going to be RTG and Vision now having a bit of a throw-off here. It is going to be Kalaga holding on for dear life. Not the best kind of setup that you want to fight from, but I guess it works. As well,
Double up?
That is a bit of a self-nade getting played on that one. Meanwhile, Walsh now jumping at the opportunity. RTG is still having to close it up. It is still down to Laith and Saif holding steady now for the side of Vision.
And look, this is why they wanted that spacing, so that if this happened, they have the recovery opportunity. They have some sort of, way to get back into this action. Now, RTG, still, absolute kudos to them for just managing to get on land in the first place after a very good setup from either Vision or VISTA to take them out. But now it's not done. They still have plenty more space to cover. They still have plenty more players to get themselves through and fight their way out of the situation. Vision, still taking damage after those nades. A nice little spray here that will give R2G that opportunity to push on forward.
Yeah, well, here we go. Kalaga almost has it in the bag. Just gonna fight their way through Laith. And, I mean, you can see Groza trying to get the res up on towards Rio. So there's a lot of pressure now on the shoulders here for Kalaga. Just waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The hits are in and down they go just in the nick of time, because it's been a double knock coming through on their end. So Kalaga now quickly having to bring the rest of the team back into contention here. But look at Crash now looking to crash the party as they've spotted out the side there of VISTA. VISTA not as clean and safe as they thought they were.
This is going to be tough. Crash Gaming now. A little bit of a taste of their own medicine as they need to hold on here with the ridgeline. We still got Prestige out in the water, in the car, just hiding, keeping quiet for the time being, hoping no one will spot them. But Crash, they have quite a bit of a journey up ahead of them. You can see already there's been that spacing given. The World of Battle, the rest of the teams, they're going to be relaxing in that center zone, just blessed for this next opportunity, whereas Crash needs to make a dash across the fields in the open to get themselves a similar position. Now VISTA or an RTG, they need to make something happen here.
Yeah, they definitely need to make something happen, but how will it go? Crash Trying to reach in with a few of those utilities. Oh no, Walsh though will get stopped right then and there as GEEKAY finds a beautiful angle. Of course, now the molly to follow it up. NASR also yet to push on forward, and I mean, they're going to have a pretty exciting run, try and secure themselves back in towards this next phase. And the same goes for Brute Force. They've just taken the plunge, moving in alongside GEEKAY. As you can see already, quite a bit of focus being applied on towards them. NASR now going to be playing the odds as they start with that 2-2 split, looking for the opportunity. Prestige, somehow, miraculously, still alive, holding in the drink.
Oh, you said it.
Unlimited oxygen, and down they go. Right, Mozzaro does close it up, but here we go. It is going to be Crash looking to move in, still trying to gatekeep VISTA, trying to prevent them from gaining any access to the zone.
Absolutely. It's a few more eliminations they can pick up, and it is going to give them that spacing. Again, very careful. Smokes deployed to try and cut down the vision that the other teams have towards them. I mean, Road to Glory not too far off from doing something similar, but Vista Gaming, whether you swim, whether you crawl, they need to get themselves into the zone. And Crash Gaming have just been the thorn in their side. They've been so good at keeping them here. GEEKAY needs to find an opener. They need to find an elimination. Otherwise, they don't have a chance.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that one. And it's going to be still a very contentious play. Crash, they want those elims, right? They don't want to allow the access, but, well, you can't have everything you want as the shots continue to fly on through. Now, this could maybe be Vista looking to turn the tables, but the DBS will come in clutch, finding the first. Mozzaro now
that's done.
Also getting picked up, and that is the end of the road for Vista. Valiant effort, though.
Yeah, not bad. No, not bad at all. I mean, they did some great damage. They got that knock. Unfortunately, Crash Gaming, they were just a little bit crisper when it came to the shots. We can take a look at this. NASR dealing some damage already, picking up those 2 eliminations. Not bad, not bad. We do want a bit more from them so we can get them out of that bottom 16 slot. Meanwhile, Crash Gaming now having to move into the zone. And, well, first they need to deal with the Road to Glory. RTG have been holding this for so long. They are just ready and waiting for this opportunity to go against Crash.
Well, let's see whether or not someone's going to look to crash the party here. NASR, oh, yeah, getting done dirty on this one as it's now down to Xenox. Not having the craziest amount of health, but of course, a quick med kit that will just, you know, kind of patch them up. Now, Brute Force trying to keep them at bay. Again, a little bit of a gatekeep opportunity here as the zone is yet to be revealed. I think it is going to move down towards RUKH or maybe up north. Let's see how this one is going to shift. Oh, yep, it does center up on towards RUKH. And this is now that golden opportunity, especially looking at RUKH, right? They've got that compound, and that is, again, one of the only few compounds left within the zone.
Hey, at least we got that cover. At least we have that hard cover. So that's definitely what the teams are going to be thinking about and how potentially they could take it away. But let's take a look at this. RUKH in center, of course, just happily sitting and waiting for everyone to join them. Meanwhile, Crash Gaming and Road to Glory here. That's a little bit of a pit stop for them. As they do want to make this rotation in, they need to pick their timing correctly. Hopefully those center teams are going to be dealing with each other. They're not going to have time to focus on these rotations. But it is going to come down to timing. Smokes deployed. You can see Crash Gaming already taking that dash through a little bit of a longer rotation, just trying to give themselves as much safety as possible, giving themselves some cover. Meanwhile, it is going to be Jafar left behind, trying to just stop Road to Glory from doing anything with that rotation.
But I mean, Jafar can still play under the wall here, right? As you can see them now trying exactly that. Trying to, you know, fight a few players in the toes. Oh, there we go. Gets the hit up onto Galaga. 1 down, 2 more to go. But of course, a little bit of a helping hand being brought through there by the World of Battle. As you can see, the shots connecting through. And this is the cue now for Jafar to focus on that zone positioning. Rio, yeah, this is not going to be an easy play. I think the blue zone is going to get the better of them. But of course, Welch also still holding on the edge. So there is still a little bit of hope coming through for Crash. Brute Force, though, I mean, they haven't moved all that much just yet as RTG gets sent on their merry way. At least 80 eliminations to their name.
But yeah, they were just taken out solely by Jafar. So it's a bit of an up and down. Ultimately, though, we have to take a look at our top 6 teams who are still up and at 'em, ready for this final wrangle. And I mean, speaking of final wrangles, right, we were talking about Arab Gold and how they would this, well, golden child coming through into a wrangles, just bringing in performances, operative performances. But now onto the last wrangle. 0 eliminations, only 1 player still alive, and that's, of course, P6. So, unfortunately, not necessarily going to be replicating this wild performance into the last wrangle of the day, but it is a massive opportunity for the likes of RUKH, the World of Battle, GEEKAY Esports. Of course, Brute Force is going to be thrown into that one to pick up a massive winner-winner chicken dinner. Crash Gaming, Jafar is the last member alive, and we just saw them take out a team single-handedly, so I wouldn't count them out.
Ooh, B6 though, coming in with the upset, does find Muhammad. Oh, finds
Okay,
Alpha.
okay.
Slowly just disassembling the side of the World of Battle. But as you can see, right, there is that setup coming through. Yep, down they go as the beautiful UMP now comes in clutch. But of course, with that, the World of Battle not done just yet. They do spot out a little bit of that brute force off in the distance. GEEKAY now going to look to capitalize. You can see Gaith, Ragnar, and Santa just rushing on forward, trying to show as much aggression as they can. In fact, it's the entire squad that's here. And they do find that easy trade. No, that is 1 down, 2 more to go. The World of Battle don't want to relinquish control, but they have no choice as they do take, or rather attempt a shot over towards RUKH, and they are met with quite a bit of aggression in turn.
Ooh, let's taking a look at this. RUKH have been holding the center position for so long. And now, well, they're getting challenged. They are being put to the test as the teams are being moved in, trying to take that rotation away. GEEKAY Esports, the only other team still with 4 members remaining. Hopefully, will be continuing their strides, but the World of Battle might be looking to say something else about it. Got Brute Force just up ahead of them towards the northern side. RUKH still just out in the open, trying to keep their position to themselves. And again, can't really miscount Crash Gaming. Jafar is still lurking. Might be stealing a bit of a cheeky elimination from RUKH here.
Well, who knows, right? Maybe they could steamroll a little bit of some here. Who knows? It is that 9th stage, so there's no more zones. It is only blue, and it's going to close in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So whatever these teams need to do, they need to get it done. Meanwhile, the World of Battle, they will lose their first player. Ooh. But let's see Ragnar, yes, with a slam dunkity dunk, and there we go. The shots have been dealt. Now, it is down to the final 4 teams to fight for possession. A 1v1, v4, v4. So either which way, it's one squad versus another squad versus, well, a bunch of solos. So you could maybe say it's a 1v1, v1, v1.
Ooh.
To some extent. But
Yeah.
these nades, come on, RUKH. Yeah, this could be Gaith. Come on, he's gonna get it. Yes, easy claps. 1 down, a few more to go. Like I wanted to say earlier, right? GEEKAY, they are gonna be the team to watch out for here, as they have the controlling numbers, they have the layout, they have the setup, and now they got just gonna be looking to capitalize.
I mean, it is literally a 1v4. Basically, that's happening here. GEEKAY Esports, they are coming for the cleanup. They want that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Oh, here we go. Yep, the last few hits come through now. GEEKAY, they find it, and that is going to be Zuxi. Signed, sealed, delivered. Brute Force also getting swiftly dealt with as GEEKAY step up, securing themselves that winner-winner chicken dinner, and doing so in a beautiful fashion. I mean, showing great confidence, and of course, it was about time to see GEEKAY step up to the plate.
This is beautiful. Again, they were always in that discussion point. We saw them, great positioning. They had that final zone pretty much in the bag, and then Gaith with the nades from above. Just the assassin from the top, bringing in the damage and ultimately giving GEEKAY Esports the best possible opportunity into that final zone.
I mean, if you got the angles, you got the numbers, might as well just utilize the living heck out of that. And that is, I feel, what exactly the side of GEEKAY were doing there. I mean, you got to commend the side of RUKH, right? They really tried to play a bit of a sneak approach there. I mean, they felt confident. They had 4 players up. But I think where it kind of fell apart was the fact that they were moving through that open field, right? Such an exposed position. And of course, looking at the angles that GEEKAY were holding, it just went in one direction though. But of course, speaking about that, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the MEA Championship, of course. Well, 5 games done and dusted. If you missed any of it, just rewind and rewatch it all. I mean, it's been pretty exciting, right?
Correct.
But we are getting ready. Yeah, you got to go all the way back. All the way back to game number
To the
1. But
Beninging.
yes, the Beninging is the most important part. But speaking about Beningings, right, we are coming to the end of the proceedings for today. And of course, well, in case you missed the Erangel, here is the highlights from this last match. And I mean, what a spicy way to conclude the final Erangel of the day. The zone pulling in towards this eastern bridge. I mean, this is a very tough spot to play.
Look, I don't understand how some of these teams are turning these wild situations where they have everything, pretty much everything stacked against them, into an opportunity to move forward, into an opportunity to get themselves out of this. And Road to Glory definitely did that for me. I mean, it was a beautiful battle from him. Jafar as well. Oof. Honestly, if it wasn't for Jafar, we wouldn't have seen Crash Gaming taking out VISTA, but ultimately they made it work. And it's good to see some of the different names moving in. I mean, GEEKAY Esports ultimately taking that winner chicken dinner, and that is off of the back of some fantastic teamwork. We had some, insane individual prowess with Gaith and these nades, but it was a team effort at the end of the day.
Yeah, and teamwork makes the dream work, so well done. All right. And of course, I mean, they did so with still the full entire squad up, just strolling on forward. Absolutely phenomenal, phenomenal play. But essentially, we also then got to take a look and have a bit of a breakdown, right? Look at the points, look at the damage, look at everything and everything else in between as these teams keep on stepping it up. And again, this time around, it was a very, very close play once more. But let's take a look at that match report to see who our top performers were in their respective fields. Of course, Santa with the greatest distance traveled, but it's going to be Kalaga taking the most eliminations, 2 of which coming through from those utilities.
It explains honestly why Road to Glory got to where they found themselves, and we saw those nades making a bit of an appearance on the coastal line, which is really not where I would think you could make a nade connect, but hey, it was looking pretty good. We can take a look at the top damage dealt by these teams as we deal with, like, honestly, a wild amount of eliminations on Erangel. I mean, GEEKAY Esports picking up 9. We got Quest making an appearance with 7, and of course Crash Gaming with their respective 9 as well, off of the bat of some wild rotations. And it is really good to see that, from the first Erangel we had, where we only had two teams getting double digits, we come back to the last Erangel, we circle back around, and we already see that adaptation very evident in how these teams have been performing.
But I think another good thing also to note from that is that it was it's a little bit more of a wider spread with regards to the damage, right? It looks a little bit more balanced, and of course, well, it's not going to look as balanced when we take a look at those match rankings. So let's see how many points the teams were able to secure over on Erangel. Of course, again, 19 points coming in for the team in pole position. This time around, GEEKAY rising to the occasion, finding a healthy dose of eliminations. But the same can be said for Crash, also hitting it up with 9. So a very contentious play. And I mean, RTG coming so close to hitting the double-digit finish as well.
Yeah, very close. But ultimately, it's just going to be the 4 teams with those double digits. But again, very top heavy. So with all of these eliminations, all these points dished out on the first page, we can take a look at the second just to see who may or may not have been as successful, or maybe not successful. We have 3 new customers in the donut shop, that being R8 Esports, Team GQ, and of course NIGMA Galaxy, who didn't quite have the start that they were looking for. RUKH Esports, picking it up with 2 eliminations, not too bad. And again, it's a good spread of eliminations. It's a good opportunity for them to bring in a few extra points, especially for Triple Esports or NASR, who we know were at the bottom of that scoreboard going into this one. But it needs to be a lot more if we're looking at teams picking up 19 plus points per map.
Yes. It needs to be considerably higher, right? Because at least hope to be one of those teams to pick up those 19 points, because it all adds up at the end of the day. And of course, as we know, there's only going to be one slot available to move through into the PMWI. So there's going to be a lot to play for, and I'm expecting quite a bit of excitement still to come through. But of course, for our last match of the day, it is going to be Miramar, right? So we'll have that opportunity. But seeing that we're heading into Miramar, right? Let's take a bit of a look to see the comparison between the players coming through from the side of Crash. And then, of course, we are going to be adding another one into the mix here as well. The other one is going to be RTG, right? So you can see a very balanced approach with regards to those eliminations. And damage, I mean, again, RTG just milking so much elims out of so little damage.
Yeah, look, we saw Crash and Road to Glory going head-to-head, which is why this head-to-head, ironically, makes so much sense, because it's a very similar approach. They were in very similar situations and, obviously came with different results. But the way in which Crash Gaming have been so aggressive, the way that they've been dealing with all of these wild scenarios with such ease, is really starting to showcase why they're picking up these eliminations. I'm very happy to see Road to Glory, though, picking up a very similar count. We can see a little bit more teamwork in terms of those assists, and obviously the damage is not as high, naturally, with the elimination counts, making it quite successful. But they're getting very close to a team that so emphatically takes these wins. That's so easy, almost it looks like easily takes these winner chicken dinners. So that is just, again, to go to show the adaptation from what we saw in the first Erangel going through into this one. You can see how close these teams actually are. You can see how close they are in terms of both the aggression they're bringing to the table and potentially even the strategy. So yeah, it all just makes it very exciting moving into the last Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, also, this is the championships, but I think this is also the battle of the champions, right? Because, I mean, there are so many contenders that could, at any point, just rise up and have an absolutely runaway performance. So I like the contention that we are having here. I mean, it's still proving to be quite challenging for any one particular team to have a over, you know, an above average kind of performance, right, compared to the rest of the lobby. So I think it's all going to boil down to what this last match of the day is going to bring in. So let's head into Miramar to see what that flight path and zone is going to be bringing in. I mean, the last Miramar we had, the first one of the day, of course, was a lot more balanced, right? A very beautiful center flight path. I'm curious to see what this one is going to do.
Yeah, look, as long as we don't go to the south on Miramar as well. We've seen enough of the south today. We need a little bit more of the other reaching parts of Miramar, especially of Erangel. But moving into this last matchup of the day, Crash Gaming has made an appearance. They have made a statement. They're already on 62 points after these 5 matches of the day. Now, who else can catch up to them is going to be the question mark, obviously, moving into this matchup. I mean, starting off the day, we had a back-to-back win with Arab Golden Galaxy, taking those 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, but they've since been quiet as everyone else has stepped up so fantastically. Now, into this one, DK, it's as even as it gets. We have a pretty decent flight path. It's just going to come down once again to how that zone is going to pair with it.
Yeah, I mean, we all we can do is wait, right? That is all we can do at this point, is wait to see what the zone is going to bring in, how it will deliver itself for these teams. Because, I mean, a beautiful south to north flight path, yes, it looks exciting, but I think the zone is going to be the true kick. And of course, Arab Golden, they're going to have the opportunity yet again to move towards that Via del Mar position that they like to frequent, right? They can't head all the way up towards Ruins or that trailer park. So a nice little bit of change up going through on that end. NIGMA again going for the usual suspect down south, but the zone is going to be swinging all the way up north, being inclusive of Oasis, a position, a point that we've not really seen much play come through from.
Okay. This is nice. This is pretty nice. I'm pretty happy with my life. Over towards that northern side of Miramar, really going to be allowing a lot of change up. I mean, especially for teams like Arab Golden as an example, right, who dropped early into those mountainous regions of Miramar because they did not want to be that team caught out with a late rotation to that side. Now suddenly look at this and they're like, well, thanks. Thanks a lot. Now I have to take a rotation in to potentially one of their other spots like Trailer Park or, you know, towards the northwestern side of Miramar that would have worked better for this one. But it's alright. It's okay. There's plenty of space to work with. That northern side of the zone obviously still very much open for the taking. But we'll have to wait and see who's going to be some of the first teams over towards Crater Fields and north. Oof. This eastern side, though, of the zone is going to be spicy.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed. It is going to be quite spicy, right? But I think now we might be looking at a little bit of tranquility, a little bit of peace and quiet, at least as well. A few teams look to get through their looting phase. I mean, we're not seeing any major hot drops, anything of major concern coming through. Maybe RUKH Esports could look to push in on Crash. I mean, there is an opportunity for that to maybe to come through, but ideally I think RUKH could be looking to maybe focus up in towards La Cobreria instead of looking to contest the side of Crash.
Gonna be an interesting one, but hey, rotations. That's what it means here for these teams. Northern side of Miramar, there is a lot of spacing that we saw. I mean, towards that first, you know, as the contrast to that first Miramar, we saw a lot of those mountainous regions obviously getting utilized with a lot of NASR's damage really coming from those top mountainous regions, just having that opportunity to just drill down damage into the surrounding rotating teams. Now, we go into a little bit more of those fields, right? There's that field right alongside Crater Fields, that little bit of a valley of doom that the teams can actually utilize with rotations. There's also quite a lot of like dips in the area. Obviously, if you go more towards the northern side, like La Cobreria, then we start to add a little bit of the compounds and a lot more expanse in terms of it is very extreme dips. It's very difficult terrain to really fire down on. So the teams who take those earlier rotations, the teams that get those higher positions earlier rather than later, are going to be thanking themselves when those rotations finally come through and they can just start drilling in some eliminations.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, at this point, you need to be preemptive with those plays, right? Look to get the position set up ahead of time, because if you don't, someone else is going to do it, right? And then you're going to pay the ultimate price, and it's not going to be that easy to secure a decent rotation to come through. I mean, especially so looking at this southwestern side, I mean, Arab Golden Galaxy, definitely not a team that is scared of rotating up late, because that's the kind of approach that we've seen them use many a time before. But it's still going to be a tricky one. I mean, I think from here we could maybe see them playing either for Pozo or all the way up towards La Cobreria. So they could be a bit of an opportunity there. But speaking about opportunities, I mean, R8 and NASR now literally starting to climb up the hills, looking to see who's going to be king of the hilltop.
King of the hilltop. I like it. A little bit of a mini game within PUBG Mobile. Let's see who's going to be the winner. A little extra competition, you know, sprinkled on top, just in case. You know, in case the MEA Championship wasn't enough for them. But hey, look, what I do want to see, what I want to have that answer towards is what RUKH Esports are going to be doing, because they currently have one of their players, that being Pusher, actually very close and contentious to Crash Gaming, almost acting as a bit of a scout. They're not in a vehicle, they're just not crashing into rocks like someone. But they're in that position to get information, but they're also in that danger that if Crash finds them, that's already RUKH Esports losing a player like Pusher. So I saw a lot of Pusher spam in chat, so I don't think any of the viewers would want to see that happen. But they do need to be careful. That I don't know how much that information is going to be worth.
Yeah, I mean, especially now with Pusher being so isolated from the rest of the squad, right? That is not a very opportune position to be in. So they're gonna have to play it a lot more cautiously. In the meanwhile, I mean, GQ, they just gonna go like, you know what, it's fine. We'll just rotate up. You know, it's open road. We'll just look to take up a bit of a position every now and again. But I think the main concern is going to come through with the teams on the outlying regions, right? The ones that have not yet rotated up into zone. I'm curious to see where they are going to be moving in. Of course, you know, one of those teams doing exactly that is going to be not only Raad here, but also then Arab Golden Galaxy just over towards the western side.
Oh, I got some interesting, just small clusters of rotations as these teams are taking their pathing in. They do have that little bit of an opportunity, maybe just to pick one or two off, but for the time being, the main focus is that push into the zone. And so far, most of the teams have been respecting that space, which is great. It means that we're not losing anyone along the way, but it is going to mean that as soon as we do get into that next phase, there is going to be a lot of fights to try and get that position, to try and get that open space. Oh, it's going to be a tough one. Brute Force already spotting out at least at the side of Arab Golden, so they've got a little bit of information to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, this was exactly the kind of rotation I was talking about, right? So Arab Golden, not really decided onto El Pozo just yet. I mean, they're testing the water, trying to see if it is going to be a viable play. But in the meanwhile, Brute Force, they are going to start pushing in the same direction, right? Both Brute Force and Arab Golden heading further up north, even though they do leave Neos behind. That could be a bit of a preemptive play now coming through for Brute Force, right? In anticipation of that Arab Golden Galaxy rotation heading north.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one. So now from this western side, of course, Brute Force just behind, just looking for that opportunity to get some action. But they have to be careful. Rotations are going to cause a lot of noise, especially with these few, you know, beautiful K packages coming in. I'm worried, DK. We've got so many teams clustered into this tiny little space, and at any one point it is going to explode, because again, we haven't dropped a single player. It's been fantastic.
Ooh.
But it just means it's going to happen sooner.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about sooner, of course, that zone centering up towards the Crater Fields, I mean, that is going to be a whole bucket full of surprises coming through for our teams having to still push on through. I like NASR with their setup on the edge of that crater. That could be a good angle to play from. But of course, now looking at VISTA, they're also going to be looking for a bit of an opportunity. Still pulling up. We got RTG rotating in alongside them. So still quite a big trick that has to come through. And of course, Kante and the rest of Quest just dipping out of that valley.
Yeah, get themselves out of the situation, because it's getting a bit spicy. It's getting a bit rough. Got a few more teams now. Rotations are the question here. We still haven't had a single player drop, and we are heading towards the next phase with ample expectation of some chaos. As we do see Vision just taking a little bit of a spread approach. They've got that information over towards quite a few of the surrounding teams, but needing to settle down is going to be a tough one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough one, and especially, you know, looking at the region that they have to work with, it is not going to be easy. But now, Brute Force, oh, stepping in on towards Arab Golden here, but a good trade on either side, though, as Teak does get the confirmation in. Brute Force holding on to a 3-piece. They've not yet found all the success that they've been looking for towards Arab Golden here, but I guess with Prepod now deciding to rather disengage. This is a good call coming through from Brute Force, right? Don't overextend your reach. You know, if you see you're not going to get a clear access, maybe look to find a bit of an alternative route to take. But they need to be careful because we still have Ra'ad and the Wall of Battle holding over towards those edges. So, you know, there's a lot of surprises yet to come through. But here we go now. It's going to be Mohammed. Looking to push up. Oh, there we go. Found the angle onto with Zakaria. Nicely done. So the Wall of Battle at least looking to alleviate a little bit of the pressure here. So now they just got to wait to see how NIGMA is going to rotate up because they are heading in right behind them with Ra'ad still holding that northern position. Meanwhile, over on towards the eastern side of the zone is going to be RUKH, R8, and the side here of GQ having a bit of a trade around. Does seem like R8 focusing all the efforts down onto the side of GQ, looking to play that elevation. I like that sneaky cheeky position being held there by Korka. As you can see, the rest of the teams still going to be rotating up. Crash going for the northern edge. Vision could be running into the side there of Quest, so still a lot of contention yet to boil through. I also like that position being held by GK and RTG down south. I mean, of course, it's all going to be up to what the zone is going to bring on in.
Look, it's going to be an interesting one. We center on up there, getting closer and closer to some of those dips. So it's going to be providing a little bit of hot and heavy action as the teams do have to fight with the terrain as much as they have to fight with surrounding teams. You can already see NIGMA Galaxy just spotting out Ra'ad, making that rotation over towards that ridgeline. But again, all out in the blue, a late rotation for NIGMA Galaxy is going to make this even more tough. Now, we do have a little bit, I would say, just a smidgen of hope for NIGMA Galaxy in that they obviously, the opposition teams have to focus on their own rotation. They have to get themselves into the zone. Unfortunately for Quest, though, RUKH Esports, they have all of their focus pinned on into their position, prepping some beautiful nades, just hoping for that connection. Already Al-Hajj going to start feeling the pressure. The World of Battle as well, picking a fight there with Arab Golden and finding some success is going to be Arab Golden, finding one at least. Turnaround there for the World of Battle is a little bit slower, but they don't quite have the line of sight. They need to get into a better position to get an angle, and they're already getting fired upon from behind. So, as if the World of Battle didn't have enough to deal with, we also have Brute Force reaching in, just adding a little bit of extra pain. But it's ultimately going to be Arab Golden to potentially put a nail in the coffin here for the World of Battle. All down to Kron now. Arab Golden get closer and closer, and oh, it is just so good. Puncher King will be saying thank you very much for those extra eliminations. Brute Force want to get a bit of a piece of the action, but not an opportunity at the moment to really make a stand. And again, they'll be doing this pretty much as a solo or a duo. Not a lot of space, not a lot of backup. So it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary to jump into this one. Arab Golden definitely picking up some much needed eliminations. They were a bit too quiet for me over towards Erangel. So I'm glad that they're back in full force now as we take a look at Triple Esports. Going up against GQ, right alongside VISTA Gaming. Ooh, and Icy just finding some delicious hits. Quest Gaming unfortunately saying goodbye, but we still got plenty more teams to go through. We're still only down to 14 teams who are still up, and Adam fighting for this final option. GQ out in the reaches. We take a little bit of just a highlight moment, just to remind ourselves of Arab Golden and their beautiful openers into these final battles. Getting those eliminations really are going to be making a difference. As we know, they're already so close to leading the pack, and now they are just trying to catch up to Crash Gaming. But we continue Vista, Triple, Vision, how these three teams will be holding onto these positions and how they will be continuing that into the next phase is going to be the question. Triple Esports had some glimmers of hope. We just need to see a little bit more. EQ holding on, some good compounds, a little bit of smokes being deployed. As all of these teams need information right now. They have positioning, they have the numbers, but they need some information. They need to know where to point those crosshairs, where to get some of those eliminations. GEEKAY already finding R2G. Not too bad, a little bit of damage dealt. Road to Glory, unfortunately, already down with 2 members, so it's been a bit tough. Don't know how they're going to get themselves back into this one. We've got Vision still rotating in from that northern side, so they will be hoping for a little bit of action early on. But here it is, Crash Gaming DK now having to stand their ground.
Ooh, come on, come on. Are they going to get it? Or I like that nade coming through from Zuxi. Just a light, little bit of a reach over the top there, but Crash now could also come in with a bit of a response. Kevin does take a considerable chunk of damage on that one. At least not too much to be worried about. But it's the just flying utilities in all directions. Raad trying to keep it nice and close. I mean, Brute Force also now holding up a bit of a spread. That could also leverage a bit of an opportunity on towards them. There's also then the addition of the RUKH coming through from that eastern approach. So a lot of contention boiling through here. Of course, if we look down towards the southern edge, it is going to be R8 and NASR holding on towards the elevation here. We are yet to see J7 join in with the rest of the team, but this could be exactly the kind of opportunity that Beck now needs, as we can see the shot being delivered. But of course, Triple adding to the excitement. Prestige goes down. Ida now having to figure out how they're going to play themselves through this one.
Alright, Esports, we've already seen some glimmers of hope now up against NASR. Definitely some hope moving into the final match here of day number 1. They did so well in PMPL Arabia. They do not want this to be their first day. They need a little bit more. Now that will have to, unfortunately, be in the form of R8 Esports. We've had such a good day of play.
Well, here we go. NASR trying to patch themselves up. I mean, Spec, of course, in need of some urgent attentions on that front. But if we look down towards the southwestern side, GEEKAY, Golden looking to push on through. Oh, Santa gets found. Down they go. Axel now could lock it in on towards Gaith. Not a clear line of sight just yet, but a very, very testing one indeed. But I mean, I'm surprised to see GEEKAY actually allowing this to happen, because they've kind of like encircled the side here of Arab Golden, so we want to see how this one is going to pan out. Gaith now just ducking in and out of compounds. Up comes Hope, tries to get the spray. They do succeed as Puncher goes down. Deke out in the open. The spray is there, and it is going to be Hope locking it in on that one.
Oh my goodness, let's go. Arab Golden, ooh, bringing in the pain. Ragnarok now doing exactly the same over towards NASR, and unfortunately, the rest of NASR's HP bar is not looking too great, but I guess in a fortunate manner, R8 Esports also getting shot on by all of these surrounding teams. They have a little bit of time now to reset themselves, but they are still at a 3v2. So they have the numbers advantage, they just need to get the right angles.
Yeah, I mean, still quite a bit of a challenging play to get their way through, though. I mean, GEEKAY also getting packed up in 13th. NASR now feeling the heat, the pressure, as R8 now start to bombard them with utility. Fortunately for the side of NASR, I mean, they're not all grouped up in one single compound, so that does allow them a little bit more flexibility. As you can see, Spec, J7 are just keeping their distance. But they need to act quickly, because we do have Kalaga also potentially rotating up towards them. So that could be even more of that third-party play coming through, but that's not the entirety of RTG, right? That is just one single player. But still, in the meanwhile, the rest of the teams holding on towards the north. I mean, it does seem like things have settled down, at least for the time being. But now the pressure is going to build, as we are a few moments away, or rather a few minutes away from the next blue zone closing up. And then it's going to be phase number 6, even less space to work with.
With 12 teams. So, yeah, everyone else can do the math. It's not going to be easy, but Vista Gaming, Dealing some damage. Biscuit up close and very personal here with Triple Esports, and Thor will be sending the welcoming package with that beautiful nade making the connection. Triple Esports, of course, VISTA, sorry, not really in the position to get that res going because of Triple's position, because of their position, the split that they're taking with that 3-1. And now look at Chemo. Up close and personal to the rest of us, that they're not letting them have a break.
Oh, but you gotta keep that pressure up now. It's gonna be a Brood. Quickly looking to bash themselves up as Chemo comes rushing straight on forward. Tommy gun in hand. Mozaro with a bit of an off-angle position there. Old boy does secure the knock. One down, a few more to go. And this is Triple rather now. Having their eyes on the prize, right? They want to try and close it up. But they also still have to be very watchful of the side of Vision moving in alongside them. Chemo getting a little bit more emboldened here. They want to get the jump. Oh, but the DBS is going to stop them in their tracks. And now, Mozaro feeling a bucket load of pressure come through. One well-placed Nadia from Icy could end it right there. Oh!
Oh, hello. Prediction, DK? Yes.
Yes, I'll take it.
Are
I'll
you
take
psychic?
It.
When?
I don't know. I don't know. Let's go with maybe.
That was wild. I mean, really good effort from Vista to hold on to the pressure that Triple Esports was applying. And again, very excited to see Triple Esports being the ones applying the pressure. But now it might turn on its head. As I say that, Vision wanting to get a little bit sneaky, but Triple Esports, they already were. Ooh, this is going to be difficult now. Vision moving on in from this position, coming through, running down a little bit of that terrain to work with. So slowly but surely they have a little bit more of the gaps to work with. They have a little bit more cover, but it's going to run out. As we know, that zone has to come through, and if it shifts away from this eastern position, time is going to be of the essence.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that one. And now NIGMA Galaxy Raad looking to light it up. Lord has been found. Coops now just dipping, diving, and dodging hits all over the place, but they will get found as Raad just zeroes in and finds the spray. Down goes yet another one as Hamodi also falls down. And this is now looking quite troubling, especially for the side of NIGMA. I mean, they were looking to build up such great momentum. And now it's up to Rauf. A jump shot could close it for them right there. Oh, Zuxi gets the first. Will they get the last? The hits go in. Down goes Zuxi. Rauf. Could this be the comeback? Not quite sure, but here we have it. Oh, come on. Rauf clutches it out and ends the running right there for Raad.
Hey, here we go. This is what we want to see now. Vision, Triple Esports, the next two teams up on the chopping block, trying to bring in that energy, that similar energy, and get some much needed eliminations. We say goodbye to R8 Esports. Triple Esports still holding on desperately to this position, but ultimately it will be a 2v4. A very tough position for Triple Esports, but they are looking to make it work. Nice angle there. Now just the last three. How do they break this one apart?
I mean, Old Boy looking so confident in that push straight on forward, but unfortunately they do have the assistance of Icy to back them up. Vision gonna have their hands full. I mean, not the easiest push, not the easiest breach to pull off here, but they are gonna attempt it. As we can see, Volt now, ooh, getting met with quite a big spray. Icy not getting the finish on that one. Mon up on the roof. Oh, the upset is there. Oh, but you need to watch out. Oh, the hits have been secured. And now it's down to Icy to see if they can lock it in. We love this confidence coming through from Mon. I mean, just flying all over the place with that S12K. And now Icy at least managing to evade the onslaught for the time being. Oh, but it could all end right now as the jump shot is about to come through. Yep, there we have it. Mon locks it in. NASR coming through for third party. So Vision, this could still turn.
This could still spell disaster for Vision Esports, currently finding themselves in the top 5 teams here with just the points that they've been picking up, but still 7 teams total that we need to deal with. And it is going to be a tough battle for Vision. They've got those eliminations. They just want to keep that longevity. They want to get out of the situation and stay in this. And the SAR, timing could not have been better. This is exactly what we want to see. Already 4 eliminations in their pocket. Why not add on another 3? As we take a look at it though, GQ, not too far off from Vision, might be able to reach in as well. We've also got Road to Glory over towards the edge of everything, just reaching into anyone and everyone, trying to pick up a little bit of damage and get lucky with some eliminations, but they are so far from everyone. You can just see that split. It's the north, it's the east, and then just one member of Brute Force there towards the west, as it is the split of teams that we have to deal with.
It is what it is, right? But a great setup going through here from A Buddy, locking in the hits. Vision, not as clear and safe as they thought they once were. But A Buddy needs to time the shot to perfection. Does meet a few of those up towards Kalaga. But now as the zone centers up, it does enforce the position up in towards the lovely, lovely La Cobreria. So I'm not quite sure how this one is going to go. I mean, I guess I prefer La Cobreria over Los Leones finish because it still kind of is a city, but it's not as, you know...
wild.
Yeah, it's not as condensed and packed with buildings. So it still allows for a little bit of a different approach to come through. But in the meanwhile, Eugene, no, ends it there for A Buddy. Crash, down to 3.
Look, again, with Crash going down, this is the opportunity for anyone else in the lobby to take a little bit of a harder shot at closing the gap between them and the #1 team, which is currently Crash. So, as much as we don't want to say goodbye to them, it is going to give opportunities for the teams to close the gap. We got the Road to Glory already reaching in, finding NASR. Vision Gaming trying to get into safety, but Team GQ is holding a solid line of defense. Ooh, except you don't have to think about Mon coming through with a shotgun, opening things up.
Yeah, I mean, Mon is proving to be quite devastating with that S12K. But now, again, GQ finds himself left with only Evo Station. But as we saw last time, just a few nades could close it up. We also still have the side there of Crash to worry about. But out comes the rush. Yeah, effortless play there from Mon. Rushing in almost blindly to get that finish. Now, Spec getting picked up. It's down to J7. Looking to hold it steady. Looking to pull the name for NASR all the way up into that top 5, right? Because as we know, top 5 with a few more placement points. And at this point, the teams can do with any additional points they are able to secure. Now, J7 really needs to play this one very, very cautiously.
Ooh, Crash Gaming moving into RUKH Esports territory as well. Well-placed nade finding the first one. And yeah, this is just a complete switch-up of these teams from their PMPL showing to this fantastic level of competition. They are bringing the heat. RUKH Esports finding at least a return nade for nade trade as it would be, and they should both be able, at least for now, to get those reses depending on how RUKH Esports apply the pressure. A molly will be going out, but the building should be blocking that from heading into the players that are knocked. And there we go. One res at least done. Just need another, and then they should be set.
Well, let's see. Will they come through? I mean, RUKH now looking pretty confident at this stage. RTG gonna have a pretty tough time, but I mean, we can essentially say that for all the teams, right? Because everyone is playing edge at this point, right? No team is gonna feel confident, especially looking at the available space that they have to work with. I mean, it's just gonna be bare open land to play through. So let's see who's going to try and hug it out the best they can. RTG going to try and make that rotation, trying to push up Crash, respotting them, connecting in a few hits. RUKH maybe could be doing exactly the same, but I'm also waiting to see what J7 is going to be bringing in. Because, I mean, pretty isolated up on the high ground. Not the easiest spot to play through, but here we go. Come on, Kalaga, RTG, you can still make some magic happen over here. Oh, speaking about magic, Kevin just uprooting J7, just whooping them out of that buggy.
Just saying goodbye and nearly saying goodbye to Vision as well. They are happy. Ooh, they are so happy to take a piece of anyone and everyone at this point. Already Jafar sending in quite a lovely amount of shots. Now following that up with a nade, looking to take Vision out for the count. But again, that zone just applying that pressure. Slowly but surely, Crash Gaming having to move on up, putting themselves out in the open for either RUKH Esports or Road to Glory to take a piece of them.
Well, let's see. It's not been decided just yet. Oh, but Welsh getting met with a shot. RTG now going to be looking to pick up insane momentum as they are one of only 2 teams still left with a full squad. I mean, RUKH holding on towards that northern side, that is also going to be quite a challenging play, but it does seem to be lending itself even more to the side of RTG. But of course, now this is the 9th stage. So at this point, center positioning would be more ideal, and this is going to be RTG now taking the plunge as they rush right up onto that concrete block, looking to get themselves set up, and up comes the hits. Rami finds it into Kevin, down they go in turn. Porsche are going to be looking to close it up. The nades fly all over the place. It is going to be Crash now, holding on to very slim numbers at this point. One left. Walsh trying to do the most, looking to get the confirmations, but the molly is in. Walsh, no! Down they go, down to the final 3 teams. It is a 3v1v1. And here we have it, RTG on an absolute rampage.
Loving to see this. Brute Force chiming in as well, but RUKH Esports now having to, once again, what is with these 1v3, 1v2s? But ultimately, it's going to be Bronsberg moving in for the side of R2G to make something happen, to try and stop them from taking that winner-winner chicken dinner. And I don't think it's possible, DK.
Well, let's see. No, there we go. RTG stepping up, doing the thing, right? They got the thing with the other thing, and that resulted in a glorious thing, of course, called a winner-winner chicken dinner. 8 eliminations up, 1,470 damage dealt. And I mean, well, they took half of that in damage as well, so a glorious performance. RTG getting onto their road to glory. Absolutely fantastic way to close off the final match of the day.
Whew, we love to see it. So, I mean, we've come full circle. We've done all of our 6 matches. We've had, you know, surprising moments from pretty much anyone and everyone. As we mentioned, these teams, they step up to the plate. As we ask for a little bit more, they provide that in bucket loads. So, it's been an exciting first day. And after map number 6, I don't know what to think anymore. Like, I think I know who's going to be at the top. Pretty sure. But everyone else has just stepped up so phenomenally that it could be really close.
Yeah, it definitely could. So let's take a look at the match ranking to see exactly what the situation is. Of course, RTG coming through with a glorious 18-pointer there. Brute Force and Crash securing themselves both on a lovely 10-pointer apiece. I mean, RUKH, you got to give it to them as well, right? They worked exceptionally hard, still pushing through with those, you know, full numbers all the way into that 9th stage. It's not easy to keep the full squad up, but they were able to do it. They were able to secure the eliminations and, of course, secured themselves a 2nd place finish. So well done. And, of course, then we see NIGMA and Triple also venturing onto this first page, right? Both teams sitting there with a glorious 5 points each.
NASR also just making that approach. So, again, I mean, that's at least 2 out of the 3 teams that we were highlighting, that we were worried about, that we were begging for more based on their PMPL performance. We needed to see them, you know, step up to the plate. So at least towards the end, we have 2 of those 3 really making an appearance. But talking about appearances, let's go take a look at that 2nd page. As we know, we have opened a donut shop. Do we have any new customers? Oh, it's only Quest Esports that will be joining us in the donut shop. The rest of the teams, they made sure to get points, whether by placements or mostly by eliminations. They made it happen.
Yeah, you got to give it up to them, though. I mean, Quest, it's unfortunate to have it crumble that way, but it is what it is at the end of the day. And this is essentially kind of right where we are, right? At the end of the day. Day number 1 now being wrapped up as we just played our 6th and final match. And I mean, what an exciting day, right? So many plays, but of course, we need to see how that impacts our overall standings. As we know, right? The teams are playing for positioning here. Not only do they get a juicy slice of the pie, right? Their share of the prize pool, but also that pole position is going to be the ticket to the PMWI, right? And of course, Crash, they seem to have their eye on target here.
Look, they are doing exactly what they need to be doing on day number 1 of the MEA Championship, picking up 72 points in a single day of play. How did they do it? They did it with consistency. They did it with wild eliminations. Look at that, 44 eliminations to add to the tally. Only 1 winner chicken dinner. So it makes that one look so barren compared to all the other stats that they've just been dropping on us. But it's beautiful to see, and that's the standard now being set.
Yeah, I mean, that's 11 teams worth of damage.
Yeah.
Or eliminations, right? So they've gone down 11 teams. So insane performance coming through from Crash. And I mean, we can see quite a bit of a disparity between that 1st and 2nd place, right? I mean, it's currently sitting on what, like 18-point difference. So that is quite a bit of a gap to create on only the first day. I mean, from there moving down, it's very, very close, right? Only 2 points,
Yeah.
2 points, 1, 7, 1, and then we start dropping off a little bit more once we reach the position in which we find Ra'ad. But I think, especially looking at the performance coming through from Crash, very surprising. NIGMA, though, 9th place.
Ooh.
I don't know. Triple also, like, what's
Yeah.
going on here? I don't know what this is.
Look, we have to also like keep in mind that like in the beginning of the day, when we were looking at map number 3, map number 4, Triple Esports was at the bottom. Triple Esports was the 16th team, so they've moved up from 16th to 11th in a couple of matches, and that's only 3 matches out of 6 matches a day. So there is that hope, there is that a possibility that they can bring it back. But that's pretty much where my my positivity ends, because I just look at NASR, I look at Quest, and I'm confused. I don't understand why they are there on that scoreline. I don't understand why we're looking at Crash Gaming just dropping 72 because they felt like it, but this is what it is. This is the MEA champs.
Well, speaking about the MEA champs, of course, we have our MVP also to have a bit of a look at, right? So if you want to give any predictions, it's too late, because here we have it. Mon, no surprise, right? I mean, looking at how Mon has been performing today,
No surprise.
yeah, like there's absolutely no surprise. What is surprising though is if we compare Vision's performance today to the last day that we saw them play, right, which was of course on the last day of the finals itself, right? It's something else. It is definitely something else. So I love what the Vision is cooking up. I mean, I'm in, right? Count me in. I'm here. I'm there. I'm gonna, sit here and see what they're gonna be doing. But 17 elims though, that is a pretty impressive performance coming through from Mon. I mean, you were talking about, teams sitting on odd places on the standings, right? Another odd one is, of course, NASR, right? But we'll get to NASR in a short second. Of course, in the meanwhile, we need to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So big ups to them. I definitely think that Crash have been they've been taking some Monster today, because they unleashed the beast like we've not yet seen come through from their end. So amazing performances. But yes, NASR, the other team I also want to talk about. I mean, also having them set so low on the standings, and that again being a team that won PMPL Arabia, like what is going on in the championships?
I have no. The only thing that explains any of this is that the teams did their homework. The teams, they went and they worked hard. They went and they did their homework on the rest of the teams. They know and they fixed all of their mistakes, and now they're bringing in a whole different level of play, which makes sense because all of our stats once again are out the window. They make no sense. They don't predict anything that's what's happening in the actual matches themselves, because the teams are just better.
Yeah.
And as they should be.
Yeah, and we love it. We love it, right? We're not complaining. We're just curious as to at which point we'll be able to figure out what to expect to come through on the battlefield here. I mean, I think the only thing we can expect at this point is upset, surprises, and a whole lot of questions, because I mean, what is this? But I think it also just highlights the point as to how exciting this championship is, right? Everything that we've seen coming through from the season of PMPL, it's completely different moving into this. So it is going to be an exciting 4 days. The first day now being done and dusted. We've reached the end. And of course, that leaves us with 3 more days, right? So tomorrow we'll be back, same time, same place. Even more PUBG Mobile, insane, crazy action coming to the battlefield here. So be sure to join us, same time, same place. And of course, well, we look forward to seeing you all back again. So until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later.